It begins with Princess Philomel's thoughts that everyone is destined to be in their place, the peasant on the farm, the feudal lord on his estate, and her in the palace. At least she thought so until today. We see the crowd of Gawkers who have come to watch the execution. She was dragged there by force, resisting and screaming that she had something to say to His Majesty, but she was roughly shut up and kicked, being told that resistance should be moderated. Here we see Emperor Eustace in his red robe, with Princess Elencia clinging tightly to him. The accusation is announced, and then the verdict. The impostor Philomel conspired with her mother and impersonated a princess for over 10 years, defaming the name Belleroth. She was also pardoned by Princess Elencia, but still committed baseness towards her and stirred up enmity between the Tower of Mages and the Empire. The impostor has been sentenced to death. The crowd becomes enraged and starts throwing stones at the girl. They shout that a commoner dares to impersonate the daughter of the emperor, so let her be punished. Philomel, meanwhile, is thinking sadly of the reasons why she has tried so hard to get love and then to keep it. She turns to the emperor, calling him father, and he looks at her coldly. She tells him that she did not pretend to be a princess, but really thought she was one, but recognizes that her other acts are enough to warrant the death penalty, and so she is not going to beg for forgiveness. She continues her explanation, but he rudely interrupts her. The princess is horrified when she hears him order her to bring thread and sew up her mouth. The crowd chants the emperor's order in a frenzy, and she tiredly thinks that she should have expected nothing else, since neither love nor this position belonged to her. She rises resolutely and asks the emperor more boldly if he has thought of her as his daughter even once over the years. At this point, the real Princess Elencia looks into the emperor's eyes and asks to go home. He looks back at her affectionately and agrees. He orders the sentence to be carried out, with an evil glint in his eyes, and he and the princess depart. And just like that, the villain Philomel died without seeing the light, and the world did not see her innocence behind her evil deeds. And she died not her own death, but at the hands of an executioner, but not a single soul sympathized with her. Here we see a little girl who in a rage throws away a book called Princess Elencia. She finds it in the garden and reads it, but the plot makes her angry. She is not satisfied with the end of Princess Philomel. She falls to the floor and bangs her fists on the carpet. When she calms down, she thinks that now she will go and tell her father about the book, and then the author will be in trouble. But then she thinks that if the nanny sees the book lying around, she will grumble again, so she picks it up. The girl's mum has golden hair and green eyes, and her dad has black hair and blue eyes. And in the book, the story is about a real princess who resembles the empress like 2 drops of water and supposedly the villain Philomel. She wonders sadly if that means she's a fake princess herself. And she recalls the rumours that the emperor wants to pass the throne not to her, but to a blood relative on a collateral line. And they also say that the princess has no resemblance to the deceased empress. The emperor loved his wife so much, and now he doesn't even look at his daughter. The girl recalls how she tried to communicate with her father, but the guards pushed her away from the emperor's office on his orders. We learn that the girl's name is also Philomel, and the similarities don't end there. Philomel in the novel is a terrible villain, for example slandering and accusing the other girls of stealing. The real Philomel admits that she too has behaved badly towards others, but immediately apologizes. It was just a simple misunderstanding. She reassures herself that someone heard about it and wrote the book. She hears a voice at the door, warning her that its owner is about to enter the room. Philomel is confused and begins to think frantically about where to hide the book. Her nanny enters the room, a woman in a strict outfit and with a suspicious, displeased face. Philomel hides her book behind her back and babbles that she is glad to see her nanny. Nanny stands menacingly over her, arms crossed, and asks what she's been doing again, only to be told not to study. Philomel stammers that she has been studying hard, of course. Nanny sighs tiredly and rubs her forehead. She tells the girl that if Philomel causes trouble, they will be in a tight spot. Philomel stands shyly with a completely innocent look. She instructively tells the girl that the emperor has ordered her behavior to be corrected, and if Philomel behaves well, she can have dinner with him tonight. The princess involuntarily mutters that the nanny is lying again. The nanny shouts that it is a very impolite habit to doubt the words of one's interlocutor. Philomel pouts her lips and thinks that her father has never kept his promise. She remembers his face and thinks that no matter how well she passed the exam, no matter how hard she studied, her father not only did not praise her once, but did not even want to see her. The nanny rests her arms at her sides and says unrestrainedly that she doesn't know who Philomel is so mean to. Then the girl quietly asks if she looks like her mother. The nanny, without sparing her feelings, declares that her mother was a fine person with excellent intelligence and memory, mature beyond her years. Philomel must therefore make a worthy showing at the festival in honor of the founding day of the Benelux Empire. This festival is held annually. The empire is rumored to have received patronage from the sun goddess herself. The date of this important event is determined by the oracles. And on this day, members of the imperial family gather with the aristocrats to listen to a festive speech. And also very important clear weather, so that the sun's rays fall from the sky to the ground. Philomel stands at a window in the castle corridor and looks out at the rain. The maid tells her to move away from the doorway or she will get wet, but then the girl hears voices. She turns around and sees at the other end of the corridor that a counselor is telling the emperor that the feast should be postponed. He says that although the scientists and magicians claimed that it would not rain, it turned out contrary to their assurances, for the first time in history. The counselor suggests that they themselves are confused. The emperor rubs his forehead and says, then they will reschedule the celebration, have them set a new date and inform him. Philomel, hearing this, recalls with horror that exactly the same thing happened in the book. The great feast was first postponed because of bad weather. But the book describes more absurd things than the high priest's mistake, so Philomel thinks it's all just a fairy tale. Philomel is very afraid that the events in the book are not randomly unfolding in reality, that everything described will come true. She resolutely runs right out into the rain, to her father at the other end of the corridor. The nanny runs after her, but the girl stops before she reaches the emperor and tearfully asks him not to postpone the feast. Nanny runs up to her, but Philomel, clenching her fists, keeps trying to convince her father that the speech can be made inside the palace, so let him not bear the feast. Without answering anything, but only throwing a barbed glance at her, the emperor turns around and throws to the counselor that they are leaving. The latter tries to stop the emperor, but to which he replies hatefully that he should not listen to every whim of a child who crosses the emperor simply because he wants to see the festival. All this is seen by the courtiers. Among them, a boy with red eyes and golden hair named Nazar. The nanny tries to lead Philomel away, but then she and the boy meet eyes. Nazar rushes to the princess, but his father stops him, saying that now is not the time. Later, Philomel sits naked and trembling by the fireplace in her room, while her nurse whips her on the legs with a thin rod. She tells the girl, in front of sympathetic maids, that she cannot forgive her for her antics today, so now she is moving on to a special measure of discipline. She is furious that Philomel won't even admit guilt. She walks away, leaving Philomel alone with the maids. The princess touches her chest where her heart is, and thinks it hurts worse than the legs she has just been beaten on. The maids ask her to sit down so they can put medicine on her wounds. They ask the princess why she did it, because she should have just confessed her guilt to the nanny, and then she would have been less hurt. The maids try to comfort her. They say that Nanny is a stern but forgiving person. The festival will be held in a week, so maybe the nanny will be back to normal by then and let Philomel go to the festival. Philomel is perplexed, asking how a week later is too late. Then the maids look at each other and tell them that the high priest was rumoured to have fainted in the cart on his way back. This has never happened before. Some even say that the gods have turned away from their empire. One of the maids looks reproachfully at the other and says that such things should not be told in this place. She hastily covers her mouth with her hand. Philomel says she understands and asks to be left alone. The maids tell her to go to bed, it is late, and she reluctantly agrees. When the maids leave, she takes a book out of the bedside table and wonders how likely it is that this is predicted in the novel as well. She concludes that it's not just a book, but a prophecy. This means that she is not the real daughter of Emperor Eustace, but a fake. In the morning, she is awakened by her nanny, who tells Philomel that the emperor is summoning his daughter to see him because of yesterday's events. The princess replies with difficulty that she is ill and cannot get up. The nanny doesn't believe her and tells her that such tricks won't work this time. She shouldn't have done something so stupid yesterday if she's scared now. She's skipped classes like this before. Philomel weakly tries to object that she is really sick. The nanny feels her arm, trying to see if the princess really has a fever. Philomel awakens from a strange dream. She saw her being executed while she begs the emperor to take a look at her. Relieved, Philomel realizes it is only a dream and tries to catch her breath. She hears the nanny bringing her soup and saying that she was not allowed to behave like that with the emperor because of the usual festival, so she got sick. Nanny says she warned the emperor that Philomel would not be at the festival, but Philomel should remember that her father doesn't care about her well-being. Philomel squirmed on the bed and thinks she knows about her father's neglect. It's just that now she was scared. He didn't even say nice things to her in her dreams. She realizes with horror that if events really are as described in the novel, her father will indeed end up publicly executing her. Philomel ponders whether she should start living a conscientious life, become a daughter the emperor would be pleased with. Maybe then he will treat her more gently, even though he knows she's a fake. She hopes she can change her future. She gathers her strength and gets out of bed. She needs to make sure of it now. She will go and ask him. Philomel does not want to die. Quietly, she moves slowly down the corridor. She feels that her father's study is farther away than usual. She begins to feel dizzy as she hears voices coming from the maid's room. They say that because of the princess, they are in a lot of trouble. One of them asks to keep her voice down, but the other reassures her that they are alone here. No one will hear the conversation, and besides, they are not lying about the princess. Knight Martin agrees with her, because they even got a pay cut because of the princess. Philomel makes mistakes, and the nanny takes the piss out of them. One of them says that if she were the emperor's daughter, she would win his love. The other tries to make her feel better about herself. Philomel realizes with bitterness that even her knight, who is so courteous, speaks nasty things about her. She doesn't understand why they've been hypocritically nice to her, reassuring her of their friendship, as here one of them clearly says they hate Philomel. They keep gossiping about how the princess has no magical powers, a symbol of the imperial family. She's not just a mere shell of a princess. She dares to throw a tantrum about the festival in front of the aristocrats. They believe that if this continues, the House of Aberdeen will break off the engagement. They laughingly recall his face when the princess fed the duke the cake, and he clearly didn't like it. If Philomel had been more savvy, the emperor would have loved her more. They continued to gossip in the same vein, but Philomel decides she's heard enough and runs away. She decides to run to her father now. Philomel convinces herself that her life doesn't depend on these people, so she shouldn't pay attention to their backbiting, but tears still flow from her eyes. At this time, the same councillor whose conversation with the Emperor Philomel heard, the Count, begs Eustace to visit his daughter. He replies that the councillor is too insistent. He doesn't understand why Pollen cares so much. The princess is probably faking it again. The councillor, however, assures him that according to the palace physician, this time it is really serious. Eustace still doesn't see this as a problem. The Count says that the Emperor is Philomel's only kin. He shouldn't be so indifferent to her. The Emperor replies that he has never thought of Philomel as kin. Pollen cautiously asks if the Emperor thinks that Philomel is the cause of his wife's death. Eustace raps his fist sharply on the table and orders the councillor to shut his mouth. The Count bows and apologizes. Eustace says that she once really thought Philomel was the cause of the trouble, but now he feels no more forgiveness. He says he had never hoped that she would be able to replace her mother, Isabella, and now it would be enough for him if Philomel would perform the minimum functions of an heiress. But she is showing negligible results, and yesterday she made a scandal in public. He's not surprised, though. Pollen rightly points out that Philomel is trying. She is only 9 years old, to which Eustace replies that this is true if tantrums count as trying. He takes wine from the shelf, saying he fought with blood brothers when he was her age. He pours the wine into a glass on the table, and Pollen says that the Emperor was brilliant from a very young age. The Emperor replies, disparagingly calling Philomel it, that she is nothing like Isabella or himself. Here the princess squeaks a proverbial squeak while standing outside the door. The Count, discreetly turning around, asks if the Emperor really feels no love for Philomel. The Emperor replies bluntly that he does not. All he expects from her now is that she should live without drawing attention to herself, and without giving cause for concern, as if she did not exist at all. Philomel is in her room on her bed, desperately thinking about what to do now, because at this rate the Emperor will not forgive her in the future. She thinks about whether he will keep her alive if she behaves prudently from now on. Maybe she should ask for help, but she has no one to turn to, since there is no one on her side. She sobs that she just wants to live. When the tears finally dry up, she picks up the book again, hoping to see some clue to further action, some way to help her survive. In the novel, Philomel did not die immediately after it was discovered that she was an imposter. Alencia felt sorry for her and spoke to the Emperor in favour of Philomel, but the imposter could not overcome her envy and jealousy. In the end, she paid for Princess Alencia's kindness with evil and ended up behind bars. She managed to escape and was executed after being caught. It dawns on Philomel, this is the way out. She just needs to escape before the real princess shows up. It's hard to do right now, but it will work out once she has something. This something is the Ring of Recognition. It is a relic that was once created for Emperor Belleroth and his descendants. Using the power of the sun goddess, the ring can work magic, like using the magic of travel to go wherever you've been once. But the problem is that Philomel doesn't have any magical abilities, so she decides to get her hands on the ring when it is already imbued with divine power. Now no one will give her the ring for nothing, but Philomel must get it at any cost. She falls to the floor without strength, not knowing why. Then she remembers that she is actually sick right now. Philomel waves away the weakness. Now is not the time for her. She needs a sure way out of the situation. It's not enough to be an obedient child. Lots of people already hate her, so she needs a clear plan of action. She rests her fists on the floor and stubbornly rises up. This particular day was the first of a series to execute a plan to save her life. She tells herself she can do it all. Later that night, Emperor Justice, along with his nanny, quietly sneaks into the room of the sleeping Philomel. The nanny offers to wake the child, but the Emperor refuses. He sighs and wonders why he listened to the Count's entreaties and came. The counsellor had said that the girl couldn't even eat because she wasn't feeling well. He reaches out to her and thinks that she seems to be really sick. She quietly promises her father that she will be a good child, so she asks him not to kill her. Eustace pulls his hand away, but she grabs his finger and, in tears, asks him again and again not to kill her. And then Eustace remembers his childhood and the fear he felt then for his life. He, too, did not understand why everyone wanted to kill him, and desperately asked for help. The Emperor wonders what Philomel understands and wonders if that tantrum was a cry for help. Maybe Philomel is unhappy, as the Emperor's only daughter cannot be unhappy and needs attention. Maybe he's misguided about her. Philomel wakes up in the morning to find a huge golden apple. Her nanny tells her that the Emperor sent it. She is outraged to give such a valuable gift to a shameless child because of a cold. She asks the princess if anything out of the ordinary happened yesterday, to which Philomel says with a confused look that it did not. The nanny grumbles uncertainly, saying that if it did, it's all right. Philomel looks at the apple and thinks that it is the fruit of the world tree. It is a sacred tree that grows in the heart of the continent, and its fruit is a miracle medicine that shares energy and strength. She thinks that she has heard that these fruits are delivered to the palace every year, but she has never thought to see them with her own eyes. Philomel raises the apple to her face to smell the aroma, but Nanny grumpily tells her that she is about to drop it. Philomel pays no attention to her and thinks it was Pollen who sent the apple on behalf of the Emperor. She asks Nanny to convey her thanks to the Emperor and to put the fruit away with the other medicines. The Nanny incredulously asks if that's all there is to it. Philomel innocently asks if anything else is needed. Nanny replies that there is nothing, but that Duke Aberdeen has requested permission to visit. He is going to visit Philomel when it is convenient for her. Let her tell him what time to schedule. Philomel bewilderedly asks for a time after lunch today. Later, Philomel, accompanied by a maid, goes to the hall where Duke Aberdeen and his son are waiting for her. He reprimands Nazar for his sour face, for he had to cancel a meeting with his friends for the princess. The maid offers to help, but Philomel says she will go in on her own. She gathers her courage and, after counting to 3, crosses the threshold of the room. The Duke and his son immediately turn to look at her, interrupting their conversation. She crouches down charmingly and greets them with a kind smile. They bow to her in return and politely ask her how she is feeling. Nazar looks worried which is what he tells her. He got very nervous when he came to know about her illness. She says with a smile that she has already recovered and thanks him for his concern. The Duke informs them that he has another meeting today, so he has to leave them. He tells his son to take care of the princess, with some concern in his eyes. Nazar obediently agrees. Philomel looks at the boy and thinks that he, Nazar Abridin, is her future husband. He's mature beyond his years, quite good-natured. He stares back at her incomprehensibly. Nazar asks if Philomel is overexerting herself, but she replies with the same smile that she's fine. She squeezes the fabric of her dress with her hands and, exhaling, invites Nazar to a picnic once she's finally recovered. He easily agrees. Philomel asks where they will go. He says wherever she wants them to go. She asks where Nazar wants to go, but he replies that he doesn't care as long as he's with her. They are chatting quietly, drinking tea. She says that the weather is not favourable for a picnic. Nazar calmly agrees. Philomel suggests having the picnic indoors, preparing snacks. He agrees again. She realises that he doesn't want to spend any time with her at all. He just keeps the dialogue going without giving his own opinion. Philomel speaks of the notorious pianist, suggesting they call him. Nazar agrees again. She recalls that in the book, Nazar was exactly like that, anticipating every wish. Only not Philomel's, but Alencia's. And he never shared Philomel's feelings. He starts to say that he will hire a pianist as soon as the princess is well, but Philomel abruptly cuts him off and stands up. She tells him firmly that they will pretend this conversation never happened, and bids Nazar farewell. As he was leaving, she turns around and says that he doesn't have to visit her from now on. She's only taking up time he could be spending with his friends. Nazar rises hastily and asks her to forgive him if he has hurt her feelings in any way. She says with a sweet smile that they see each other too often as it is, and that friends of the same age are needed not only for him, but for her as well. He sighs and conciliatingly agrees. She turns and leaves, wishing him well. Philomel is going to take Nazar's example of being nice to everyone, but not giving her heart to anyone. Philomel walks away swiftly, thinking she can now escape without regrets, and hoping she smiled at him just as he did. Later, she noisily throws the book on the table in front of her teacher and says she has read the whole thing. The teacher is shocked, wondering if Philomel wasn't just leafing through for such a short time. The princess proudly replies that she asked everything carefully. Let her ask her questions. In the end, Philomel answered all the questions correctly. The teacher does not understand how this is possible and realizes that the princess has changed a lot. Very soon, rumors of the princess's improved behavior spread through the palace. She recovered from her illness and diligently took to her studies, learning on her own and even asking if she didn't understand something. This also affected her relationship with Nazar. Philomel brought books with her to meetings so that she could have something to do apart from him, and she offered to bring her own books so that he would not be bored. In one of their meetings, she asks Nazar when the Battle of Cilia began. He replies that it was in the year 132 on the imperial calendar. She thanks him and tells him that Nazar is indeed a clever boy. Nazar doesn't understand why she's acting like this. Maybe she's really mad at him, and he doesn't like this feeling very much for some reason. One morning, the maid breaks a cup in Philomel's room and becomes terribly upset. She starts to make excuses, hastily picking up the pieces and thinking to herself that it was a gift from Nazar, which means that she will be severely punished. But Philomel only tells her, stretching sleepily, to hurry up and get everything cleaned up before the carpet gets wet and leave. Just be careful not to hurt herself. The maid can't believe her ears. The princess is acting strangely. Philomel smilingly tells her that people are more important than a cup, so don't let the maid make a fuss. Later, the maid tells the other servants in the common room about the morning's incident. The others are equally perplexed, unable to believe that the mistress could have said such a thing. One of them suggests that it was the scolding over the festival that might have affected her so. She thinks that Philomel will soon return to her former state. She agrees, as the princess is usually very capricious and reacts harshly to everything. The knight smirks. At least the palace will be quiet for a while. But the next day, one of the maids accidentally overhears the teachers talking about Philomel passing her exam again. Another day later, Martin listens wistfully to the gardener's account of the princess's fall, but not a rude word escaped her lips. And after a few days, The cook tells the maid that Her Highness has stopped being picky about the qualities of the dishes and has started just eating everything. They are all genuinely puzzled that the princess has finally grown up, and the nanny wipes her eyes with a handkerchief and says that at last her proper upbringing of the princess has borne fruit. Philomel overhears them, and the nanny is glad that she has not had time to resign because of her bad back. The maids praise the nanny with one voice, and Philomel thinks they have no idea how desperate her situation is. She doesn't want to walk past them and decides to go around. But then Philomel is spotted by her nanny and tells her that she was just looking for her. She delivers the message that the emperor is inviting the princess to dinner, and so Philomel sits at the table across from her father and wonders why it even occurred to him to invite her to dinner. It can't be that his fatherly feelings have been kicked out of him. Eustace says he's heard about her academic success and praises her for it. She thanks, but adds that there is still a long way to go. Her father replies that the teachers are heaping praise on the princess, and she suddenly realizes that she didn't notice the praise from something she had never received before. Philomel replies modestly that it is all thanks to the outstanding teachers His Highness has hired for her. The emperor is surprised to hear his daughter address him so formally. He nonchalantly remarks aloud that Philomel's speech has become more mature in the time they have not spoken. She replies that, as a member of the imperial family, it is time for her to learn to behave accordingly. Justice approves of this as well and asks how Philomel is feeling after her illness. She replies with a smile that, thanks to the medicine he sent her, she feels much better. Philomel thinks to herself that it is impossible to paint. It is a common kindness on her father's part. He reports that he is glad to hear this and says that her mother Isabella was in poor health as well. His face darkens for a moment. The emperor tells her that she can have anything as a reward. She just has to ask. Philomel unrestrainedly clenches her hands on the table into fists. Eustace looks at her daughter in surprise, and she thinks that everything happened much faster than she expected. Although the emperor had always maintained that everyone should get what they deserved, it was too early for her to make her request. Philomel tells her father that it is enough that he appreciates her efforts on merit. Eustace replies, sipping his wine, that the answer is commendable, but modesty is unbecoming of someone who is going to take the throne in the future. Philomel thinks for a while and decides to ask right away after all. She gathers her strength and asks the emperor to retire her old nanny. Nanny was in Philomel's room when Pollen arrived to tell her the news. She expected to see Philomel, but instead the emperor's counsellor solemnly informs her that her service at the castle is over. He says that until today she had to take care of first the empress and then her daughter. She has done a glorious job. She has been well paid so that she will not be left in the lurch. The nanny is furious. Suddenly the little lady looks out from behind the count and smilingly thanks her fervently, asking her not to overwork herself anymore, but to rest properly. The nanny explodes, shouting that she hasn't thought about retirement yet. Pollen cautiously remarks that she has long been bothered by back pains, which the princess has personally told the emperor about. The nanny says confusedly that the pains are not that bad. Pollen tells her that as of today, she is no longer working, and the young princess will be hired a new lady's maid. She continues to assure him that she is still capable of doing much, asking him to reconsider, while Philomel chuckles inaudibly behind the count's back. She gloatingly thinks that it is impossible to overturn the emperor's order. Later, walking down the corridor past the service room, she hears the maids complaining. They're afraid of what will happen to them now, that they will have to get along with a new person, and everything was on the shoulders of the nanny. Philomel thinks about getting rid of the rest of the servants later. They will only get in her way. The princess walks to the window while the nanny grumbles and gathers herself. She can already feel the changes in her life beginning, and it has started out great. A few days later, Pollen brings her a new maid. She is an old woman with short grey hair and wearing a man's suit, the Countess Dell, who had taken care of Valencia in the novel. She greets the mistress and says that she will always be at her service. Philomel is surprised to be assigned to her, but she's glad. Della's personality is pleasant to her. She greets her politely and expresses her hope that they will get along. Philomel feels that with Dell's, her plans should definitely come to fruition. We see Pollen hiring Dell as a governess. He felt that no one would be better suited than her. She was reluctant at first. There were unpleasant rumours about the princess. She is a difficult and sensitive child. She decides that she needs to make a good impression from the start. As soon as the Countess finally sees the princess, her opinion changes immediately. She decides that the rumours were lies because she sees a polite, smiling girl in front of her. Sipping tea with the young mistress, she wonders what guided those who spread such malicious gossip about the young child. Philomel, meanwhile, tells the Countess that she must be good at fashion and asks her with childlike naivete to look at her closet. Dell agrees, and Philomel happily wants her in the dressing room right now. Dell easily agrees to that as well. The princess takes her hand and tells her that even the Countess would like these outfits. The Countess looks at her with a smile and thinks she expected to see a more mentally mature child. But there is still a childish charm in the princess. They approach the dressing room, and Philomel, with glowing eyes, asks Dell if she likes the dresses. She lists her favourites while the Countess looks thoughtfully at the closet. She thinks that although the outfits are beautiful, everything is in creases and there is some chaos going on in the closet. Such mistakes are unacceptable for maids of such high rank. The princess asks her enthusiastically about the dresses, and Dell agrees that everything is very beautiful, while she looks at the maids standing and yawning in the distance. She realises that the entire staff of servants must be changed. Philomel, meanwhile, is not unaware of the direction of the Countess's gaze. Later, the entire staff was indeed replaced. We see maids in shackles walking under escort. In the course of the investigation, not only was the work done over time, but also the embezzlement of funds from the budget. Martin was kicking and screaming about his rights, but no one escaped justice, including the old nanny. She stole the most, but only got off with a forfeiture. She crawled on the knees of the palace guards, with assurances that the old woman was just confusing things sometimes. Her pleas and lamentations did not work. The nanny was beaten and thrown out in disgrace. Later, the maid, brushing Philomel's hair before she went to bed, told the girl that the old woman had been kicked only once, but that she had roared terribly. At this time, Dells enters and tells her not to tell the child such things at bedtime. She adds to herself that Philomel and Nanny have spent a lot of time together. It must be unpleasant for the girl to hear that. But Philomel turns around and smilingly tells the surprised servants that it's all right. It's the nanny's fault. The Countess says with a good-natured smile that she will have the princess's bed made. Philomel thanks her, to which Dell replies that it is her job. As she leaves, Philomel squints at the Countess and thinks that everything is working out just fine. Deli understood everything correctly. She was Alencia's faithful assistant. She is a good person. And what if everything had been exactly according to the book? She wouldn't have been there for Philomel. It was thanks to Countess Philomel that all the servants had been removed. She is very tired, but it is too early for her to relax. She tiredly thinks that another day has passed and hopes that the rest will go smoothly. In the morning, the Countess brings Philomel a small vial with a silvery liquid inside, a tincture of mountain herbs. The princess thanks her, and Dell wonders why she needs it. Philomel proudly replies that it is for the emperor. In response to Della's surprise, she explains that the emperor drinks a lot, and she has read that mountain herbs are excellent for hangovers. Dell says thoughtfully that mountain herbs are indeed used as medicine, but he does not finish his thought and says that the emperor will be very happy with such a gift. She offers Philomel a cup and a teapot. The princess nods and tells Dells, who is already leaving, that she also needs a paper filter. Philomel carefully uncorks the vial and squeezes her nose squeamishly. The smell is so disgusting, she thinks that no matter how useful it is, she can't just drink it. An idea strikes her, and the princess immediately rummages through the cupboard and pulls out a bottle of juice from the fruit of the world tree. We need to mix the bitter tincture and the juice, then everything will be fine. This is the one case where mixing good with good gives miraculous results. In her mind, Philomel apologizes to Alencia, as she was the discoverer of this combination in the book. She thinks that Alencia has a good life as it is, so she doesn't need this recipe, even though she would have done things differently. Dell returns with everything he needs, and Philomel prepares tea for the emperor. She remembers that in the book, Alencia was so kind that she was willing to give this tea to a guard. Philomel recognizes that she is different from Alencia. She believes that good things should be given to the one who has the power. Stirring the drink, she tastes it carefully and rejoices. It is just right. All that remains is to take the tea to her father. Pollen bursts in on the sleeping emperor and shouts for him to wake up and meet his guest. Justice rises unhappily on the bed and asks him to be quiet, his head rumbling. He sees his daughter standing there with a tray and a beaming smile. She politely inquires about his well-being. Justice asks what she is doing here. Philomel replies that she has brought him some mountain herb tea. The emperor incredulously interjects that he means from mountain herbs, and the count says that such reverence for parents should be encouraged. Philomel approaches him with the tray and says that although it smells bad, it tastes acceptable. She smells her father's breath and realizes with horror that the army of bottles to the side is his last night's booze. The emperor realizes what's wrong, covers her mouth with his hand, and tells her to step back. Philomel's hands begin to tremble because the tray with the cup is too heavy. Eustace snatches it from her hands. He drinks the contents of the cup in one gulp, while Philomel, Dell, and Pollen look at him expectantly. He admits that the taste is not bad. Philomel immediately glowed and said that all she had to do was add the juice of the world tree to make it taste good. Eustace looks at her daughter and interjects. Philomel clarifies that this is the fruit he sent her. The emperor reproachfully says that he gave it to her to eat. Philomel responds by saying that she has already recovered, but that His Highness often suffers from hangovers. The count adds with a smile that the emperor should reduce the amount of alcohol he drinks, if only for his daughter's sake. And drinking for 10 years will cause great health problems. The emperor again asks him to keep quiet. Philomel is surprised to realize that the emperor has been drinking much more than she imagined, going as long as 10 years without a drink. That is, since her birth and the death of his wife. And he doesn't yet know that the daughter turned out to be a fake. She stops herself from sympathizing with her father. The emperor tells her that his head has cleared up a bit thanks to her tea, so if she wants something, let her speak now. She anticipates that he will not leave her unrewarded, and decides to ask for access to the emperor's garden. And here she is in the garden, rejoicing in her choice. Philomel imagines that here during their walks together, she will prove to her father that she is capable of being a worthy empress. Only justice is still delayed. A boy shouts at her that only members of the royal family are allowed here. She tries to understand why he is yelling at her and what he is doing here. The boy, meanwhile, demands to know which family Philomel is from because it is illegal for strangers to enter this place. Philomel decides that the boy is a fool for not even suggesting that she's also from the imperial family, and laughing, asks him to be quiet. He orders her to shut up, to which Philomel smilingly tells him to do the same, addressing him by his first name, Liam Elos. He is little surprised by this and continues to point his finger at her, saying that even though she knows his name, she still dares to talk to him like that. In response, Philomel asks if he knows who she is. Liam is embarrassed and threatens to tell his mother right away. His mother comes up to them with her eldest son and asks if Liam has hurt himself. Philomel looks at her with all eyes. It is the Marquise Sylvia Elos herself. The Marquise smiles at the girl and asks how she is doing. Sylvia Elos, maiden name Belleroth, half-sister of Justice, and the only member of the side branch of the imperial family in the country. The former princess remained in the palace only because she quickly sided with the new emperor. She has 2 sons, the older of whom, Logan, was prophesied to be the title of emperor, and with the younger Scar, Philomel did not have time to get acquainted, because he was her very small. Looking at their family, Philomel realizes that Liam questioned her kinship with the emperor, because you can tell by her lack of magical powers, and it's hard to blame him for that. Liam shamelessly says that Philomel is a princess, but his mother told him that a princess isn't pretty. Just then his mother covers his mouth with her hand, and the boy doesn't have time to finish his thought. She justifies herself to Philomel, but the girl realizes now what Sylvia and her children think of her. Logan greets her courteously and apologizes to Her Highness for his younger brother's behavior. He says it is time for them to leave, as they have a family outing planned for today. Philomel thinks that with Alencia's arrival, this walk will no longer be important to him. Liam loudly asks his brother to make a playground out of the garden when he becomes emperor, so Liam can play war games with his friends. Logan tells him that you can't ask for such a thing anywhere and any time. The boy doesn't understand why. Philomel, of course, has heard everything and realizes that Logan already fancies himself emperor. But she prefers to let it pass with a smile, so that they won't come at her with forces and torches when it's discovered that she's an imposter. Logan bids her a friendly farewell, but she asks them to remove one more minute and bid her farewell, as befitting a farewell to the emperor's only daughter. The Elos family turns around perplexed, and Philomel reminds them that the Marquis was also a princess. It's unlikely she was greeted and said goodbye as sparingly. Sylvia looks condescendingly at the princess over the fan, while Philomel asks to be formally addressed. The Marquise laughs and says she will do as Philomel wishes. Pajasanically, she formally greets the princess and briefly squats down, then asks with a sneer if that's all there is to it. But Philomel tells her to bow. Sylvia explodes, and the princess repeats the order. She confidently tells the Marquise that this is how the future heir to the throne should be greeted. The Marquise becomes furious, and Philomel innocently flaps her eyes and asks why Sylvia is reacting this way. It's not like she said anything strange. Sylvia had once been a princess herself, and since there was no empress, all of high society revolved around Justice's sister. Now Philomel could turn a blind eye to her disdain, but she would not, for she was the princess here. Just then, Liam arrives in a rage and yells that Philomel is talking nonsense and that his brother will be emperor. Philomel asks with a sigh if he even knows what he's saying. Liam confidently replies that he does, but she should be more modest. He continues to yell about what will happen when his brother becomes emperor, but Eustace comes over and stands next to his daughter. He asks what all the fuss is about. Philomel looks at him admiringly and immediately informs him that Liam has just claimed as if his brother Logan will be the next emperor. She boldly points her finger in the direction of the Elos family and asks if Liam is telling the truth. Sylvia immediately excuses herself and says that her youngest didn't mean it at all, Logan echoing her. Eustace calmly asks if that means his daughter is lying. Marquise, appreciated for this thought, says that children often lie for attention. Philomel is very confused by this turn of events. Sylvia continues to chirp that it is in the nature of children, and Philomel tries to figure out how to make her father believe her, since she has no proof. She, very nervous, tells the emperor that she really heard everything. Tears of despair run down her cheeks. She tries to convince her father that she is not lying, when suddenly Eustace crouches down in front of her and wipes her tears away with his hand. He says affectionately that he believes Philomel and tells her to stop crying. Eustace adds dryly, looking at his sister, that in that case he should be accused of lying, because he too has heard everything. Sylvia gulped air with fear in her eyes. Logan falls to his knees and begs forgiveness for a transgression that deserves death. He says he made a mistake in caring for a foolish little brother, and that brother screams that His Majesty has appointed Logan heir. Logan slaps his brother lightly on the head and tells him to shut up now and stand still. Liam clutches his head and starts to roar. Logan turns to the Emperor again and assures him that neither his parents nor himself have ever said such a thing to Liam. Sylvia agreed, saying that the child had an imagination. Philomel angrily wipes away her tears, thinking that they have just called her a liar too. Justice calmly says that he didn't even notice the plot right under his nose because of his own carelessness. He tells Sylvia that up until now, no one has touched her just because she is not valuable enough to get their hands dirty. But now, if the Marquise doesn't want to lose her head, she'll have to disappear now and take her children. Today the Emperor doesn't want to water her blood. The Elos bowed without further ado and left the garden. Later, they were kicked out of the palace altogether, having their records deleted from the imperial registry and their magical powers sealed. Because of their pride, the secular society also chased them away. Philomel looks at her father. She is a little afraid. He chased his sister away so coldly, who knows what he might do to his daughter? The Emperor manages to walk a little way, then calls his daughter, who wanted to walk with him in the garden. She hurries to him and, walking beside him, begins to talk about her lessons. For some reason, it seems to her that the Emperor is in a good mood today. Eustace notices that the wind is getting cooler. Philomel asks if he doesn't enjoy the walk. He replies that the walk is pleasant, and now that the insects have disappeared, he can visit the garden more often. Philomel anxiously repeats to himself the word insects that he used to call his sister's family. She asks hopefully if they could walk together sometimes then. He stops, looks at her, and says that she wouldn't be interested in him. But she cheerfully declares that it would still be fun. Justice thinks for a couple seconds. Philomel starts to worry about what he meant by saying it wouldn't be interesting. But then he replies that he agrees. The girl jumps up excitedly, but then the emperor looks at her sternly and she restrains her joy. Philomel courteously crouches down and thanks her father for honouring her request. The emperor looks back at her calmly, but with distrust, and says that she may behave as usual. Philomel interjects in surprise. Eustace immediately turns around and tells her to do as she pleases. She senses some softening in her father's temper. A short time later, Philomel is urgently summoned, along with her magic tea, to her father's room. Pollen and Dell escort her, and as she enters, the counsellor shouts loudly at the emperor that it is time to get up. Eustace rises unhappily, rubbing his face with his hand. By his bedside, Philomel is already smiling. Since that first tea, she had brought him another cup every morning after Justice had been drunk. Thanks to Philomel's help in ridding the emperor of his bad habit, Pollen shared important information with the princess, and although his father was very displeased each time, the cup of tea was always quickly emptied. This time Philomel timidly asks her father if they can take a walk together in the garden today. The Count inserts that His Majesty's schedule is just free today until lunchtime. But Eustace realises they chose today on purpose and just goes along with it. He says that you didn't have to ask. Philomel walks triumphantly through the garden with her father. She brags that yesterday her teacher praised her, saying that she was his most outstanding pupil. She thinks to herself that this kind of talk will help her to stay afloat in the palace and avoid the death penalty in the future. Her father praises her, and the girl asks if the teacher said that because she is a princess. But Eustace replies that the teacher had taught him as well, so he is sure that the man would not flatter her. Philomel deliberately mentioned her title, but her father's reaction somewhat disappointed her. She suddenly gets tangled up in her own feet and falls to the ground screaming. She is in pain, but she forbids herself to cry, so as not to look pathetic in the emperor's eyes. He asks if she's hurt, and Philomel jumps to her feet, showing that she's all right. She asks her father to go on, but she endures the pain and covers the painful column with the hem of her dress. But Eustace sees that the child is hurt and silently picks her up in his arms. He twirls her in his arms, trying to make her comfortable, first on his shoulder, then over his arm, then just holding her with both hands. Philomel is uncomfortable. She tells her father that it is not necessary. Eustace replies that everyone but members of the imperial family is forbidden to enter the garden, so there is no one else to carry it. Philomel asks if it isn't hard for him. He crinkles his face and asks rhetorically if he looks frail, telling her to bear it if it's uncomfortable. Justice adds that she can sleep if she can't stand it. She pretends she's fine, but she's uncomfortable, her father's hands firm and uncomfortable, even though everyone is warm. She eventually falls asleep in his arms, and the emperor brings the sleeping girl to the palace. He tells Delis that Philomel is tired. He tells Delis that Philomel is tired. She replies that this is not surprising, as she has risen early to make tea for the emperor. Del says the girl is eager to bring tea to her father just in time for his awakening. She adds that she has heard of Isabella's love of walking in this garden, and she loved to admire the flowers. Delis continues that Philomel is very much like her mother. Take at least the way she gathers her strength in the mornings before her walk with the emperor. Justice replies dreamily that the empress was surveying the scenery on the way, but he himself was watching his companion's face. He touches Philomel's hair tenderly and adds that his daughter looks more like him than Isabella. Time passed. Philomel turns 10 years old. Now she thoughtfully selects a book from the library shelf at another meeting with Nazar, who is now 11. Philomel puts the books on the table, and the little duke openly asks her if she doesn't like him. The princess replies confusedly that it is not quite like that. Nazar says that she must have heard their conversation with her father then, because since then she has spent less and less time with the duke. Philomel thinks about what to say to him, but Nazar stands up abruptly from the table. He gets down on one knee in front of the princess and apologizes to her. She fearfully tells him to get up, but Nazar replies that he will stand there and apologize until she forgives him and her mood improves. Philomel shyly replies that he has nothing to apologize for, as it was she who overheard their conversation. But Nazar says that even the fact that he allowed such thoughts is not good. The princess looks at the bowed Nazar and wonders what she should do about it. Philomel remembers the day they first met him and how she rushed to see her future fiancé. Nazar smiled and greeted the princess formally. She had only heard of the duke before, and now she liked him more than she could have expected. Even his voice seemed pleasant. From then on, Philomel looked forward to seeing him, and then couldn't let him go. The boy said he would be scolded by his father if he was late for class, but he still decided to stay with her for a short time. Philomel liked the kindness with which Nazar treated her, for she had never seen it from anyone else. He saw her for what she really was, not just a princess. She was incredibly happy until she found out that the whole relationship was built on lies, and she wasn't as interesting to the Duke as she thought she was. And now Philomel tells him to get up off his knees, telling him that it is not his fault, but that his heart cannot command him. She thinks to herself that even though he didn't love her in the book, Philomel can't bring herself to hate the Duke. Nazar objects, saying that he has to control his heart because allowing such feelings towards Philomel was a mistake. She rolls her eyes and thinks that he must be in a lot of pain since he decided to kneel in front of her. Philomel recalls the rumours of the Duke's harsh education of her son. Now that she too is learning as an heiress, she understands the boy perfectly. Nazar, head bowed, asks her to say something she doesn't like about him yet. After all, he was born to take care of the princess. She angrily tells him that this is nonsense, and Nazar is just Nazar. He says doubtfully that his father had always taught him that attitude. Philomel thinks contemptuously to himself what this Duke has done to his own son. She begins to fear that when the truth about the princess comes out, Nazar will hate her. Philomel holds out her hand and tells him to sit down in the chair in front of her. Leaning over Nazar, she tells him to repeat after her that he is an important man. He looks at Philomel uncomprehendingly, but she encourages him, and Nazar obediently repeats. She continues, admonishing that Nazar was not born for someone else. Then she says one last thing, that Nazar will live his life the way his heart tells him to. Obedient in a burst of inspiration, Nazar fervently repeats her words. Philomel praises him, and the Duke thanks her for caring for him. She waves good-naturedly. She thinks to herself that one day Nazar will meet Alencia, and though Philomel will not be around, she would like the Duke to live his life. He was her first love, after all. With a smile, she offers to repeat the whole phrase again. The evening was definitely different from the others, perhaps because of the comfort that had finally arisen. They chatted nonchalantly about their favourite foods, their plans for the future. Stifled, Nazar confesses that he would like to be a warrior. Philomel is cheerfully surprised. It wouldn't suit him. She likes the fact that she is not the Duke's son or the boy from the novel, but simply Nazar. Philomel realises that she is just now learning something interesting about him, and she enjoys talking to him like this. She wonders if she could be more honest with him if they always had such warm conversations. In the evening, Nazar bids farewell to the princess, and his carriage is waiting for him. Philomel notices the strange expression on his face and asks if he has anything to say to her. Nazar replies that he does not. Philomel tells him to ignore all the Duke's words that differ from her motivational speeches. And if anything, Nazar should tell Philomel, so that she can scold the Duke. She threatens with her finger and assures him that she's not joking. Nazar promises that he will tell her everything and asks her to take care of it. She looks at him warmly and says goodbye. Later, Philomel stands by the burning fireplace with the book in her hands. She has memorized all the contents by heart and is about to burn the novel. Hoping that nothing more will happen, she throws the book into the fire. She looks cautiously into the fireplace and tells herself that she has written down and encrypted everything important. But then the fire spits the untouched book out onto the rug in front of the fireplace. A short while later, Philomel is having tea with the court wizard Humphrey. He is a young man with greenish eyes and a kind smile. Philomel asks him if it is true that he knows everything about magic. The wizard confusedly says that he doesn't know everything, but then boastfully adds that he is not the last person in the Imperial Magic Center, and he used to work in the Tower of Magicians. The princess pretends to be delighted and says she's read about some magic, like pumpkins flying over rainbows or shrinking down to smaller than a flower. But it can't be, she asks Humphrey. He hesitates and begins to answer abstruse. Philomel mentally asks him to stop. She already knows the answer and wants to ask something else. She says that such miracles are probably possible in the future. Wish there was a book to tell what will happen next. Humphrey asks if she means a book of predictions. Philomel cheers to herself, but says aloud that she has heard of such a thing, but that it is hardly possible. The wizard answers ambiguously. The Book of Predictions exactly describes the coming events, but it is known about it only by rumours. No one has seen it in life. But it is believed that its existence is impossible, because predictions are only one of the variations of the future. Philomel asks about the priest, but Humphrey says that even their prophecies don't always come true, and in general, predictions are a rather subjective thing. The wizard immediately hastens to add that he does not deny the existence of a god. Philomel asks if this means that the Book of Prophecy does not exist. Humphrey replies that it does. She wonders then what has fallen into her hands. Here she asks what if the magic of foresight was used by a powerful wizard. Humphrey begins to reply confidently that even in that case the book is impossible, but Philomel adds that if that wizard were the master of the tower. Humphrey chokes on a piece of cake in surprise. Philomel asks with innocent eyes, what will happen then, and what kind of man this master is. Humphrey says uncertainly that it is a great wizard, but Philomel already knows that. Suddenly, Humphrey stands up abruptly, clutching his stomach, and runs out asking to be excused. Philomel decides that the wizard is acting as if he has heard something impermissible. Later in her room, she throws the book on the bed and falls face first into the pillow. She finds out nothing about the book or the Tower Master. She thinks with annoyance that all these court wizards are saying the same thing. And there is no information about the Master of the Tower, neither in the book nor in real life. The novel only says that he is the wise man of the tower, the great magician Le Guin, and that he is her birth father. The novel says that after her first escape, Philomel went to the magic tower, and the master of the tower, her father, not only did not chase her away, but helped her. However, the Villainess used his magical powers for an atrocity, after which Le Guin refused to protect her. It was then that Philomel met her doom. Philomel wonders, in reality, if it's because there's so little information about the master that the book is written on Elencia's behalf. Either way, she still has nowhere else to go after escaping the palace. She hopes her real father can protect her. Maybe he will love her. Philomel wonders how the book got into her garden in the first place, and whether she's doing the right thing. 2 more years pass. Philomel knocks on her father's office and he allows her to enter. The princess is happily surprised to see that there is less alcohol. She asks Justice if he's busy, and he replies, sipping his tea, that he's not busy. She thinks she can't tell, but asks aloud about the pile of papers on his desk. The Emperor says it's about the upcoming festival, and the date has already been set. Philomel is still uncomfortable hearing about the festival, but she tells her father that she is looking forward to it. The Emperor is surprised, and Philomel thinks he looks worried. She asks about the fireworks. Eustace says they are not in the plans, but he will order them to be added. Philomel says it's not worth going to such lengths for her sake, but he replies that there's nothing else to see anyway. She thinks he's wrong. It's one of the 3 major feasts for the Empire, and says so, adding that Justice will be making a solemn speech. He thinks the speech is the most unpleasant part of the festival, but Philomel says that his speech is actually the best part of the festival. To herself, she thinks it's because the speech is over quickly. She adds that if she becomes ruler herself, she wants to write a speech as incredible as Eustace's. It seems to her that this is the perfect answer for the heir. To her surprise, Eustace suggests doing it now. He says that in the past, it wasn't just the emperors personally who gave the speech, but the heirs as well. Philomel babbles that she can't, but he encourages her, telling her that there's nothing complicated about it. You just have to come out and say something. He squints at her and asks if she wants to. She readily pulls her hand out and assures him that she is eager to try. Justice says she should have said so right away, and Philomel mentally scolds herself for playing the role of humble heiress too hard. And so Philomel sits down to write her acceptance speech. She puts on a positive attitude and ties her hair up in a ponytail. She thinks she should take this as a chance. The princess is treated well in the palace, but outside the palace everyone is gossiping. If she can write a heartfelt speech and the event goes well, she will finally be able to ask her father for the coveted award, the imperial ring. Philomel begins to write with inspiration. A few days later, at the festival, she is already standing, dressed up, and with a speech written. The princess thinks anxiously that more people have gathered than she expected. Nazar approaches her and expresses concern about her pallor. She tells him that she is just a little nervous for the performance. He thinks of something encouraging to say to her and clutches the flowers behind his back. Philomel is called to the stage. She says a quick goodbye to Nazar, thanking him for his participation, and he says in a friendly way that she can handle everything. As she approaches the stage, she mentally tells herself to calm down. She has rehearsed more than once. Everyone is looking right at her. It's time for her to get rid of the rumours and show herself as a worthy heiress. She gathers her courage, approaching the microphone, and people around her are whispering, saying that they can tell she's worried. Stammering, she begins to speak. Philomel realises that the microphone is not working and tries to figure out what to do. Nazar asks for a spare microphone, but is told that this one was made to order for the princess and there is no other. Philomel is frozen. There are perplexed whispers all around as to why the princess is standing there without moving or saying a word. Suddenly, the emperor appears nearby, picks her up with one hand and holds out a microphone with the other. Let her try again. Philomel is embarrassed. She's afraid that people will think that the emperor is used to take her in his arms like an unreasonable child. The emperor asks her if she will say something. If not, he will let her go. Viewers are surprised to start telling each other that this is not at all the behaviour about which there are so many rumours. That is, the gossip about the heir being replaced is false. And Philomel, in his father's arms, begins to make his speech. Later, after the festival, her father asks her why Philomel did not spend the entire time of the festival as usual with Nazar. The princess assures him that she would have liked to dine with the emperor, and that they had not agreed on anything with the little duke. She admits to herself that Nazar looked downcast. The emperor says sincerely that she did a good job with the performance. Philomel replies that in that case, she would like to ask His Majesty for something. She confidently asks her father for a ring of recognition. He abruptly cuts her off with the words that it is too soon for her. Philomel frowns, but Eustace reassures her that one day the time will come. Princess says she's quite mature, but Eustace replies that that's not the point. It's just that using the ring puts a lot of strain on the body, and a child might not be able to handle it. Philomel panics that when she becomes an adult, Alencia will have already shown up. She clenches her fist and tells her father that she can't wait. He asks with a sigh why she needs a ring at all. She replies that it's the symbol of the emperor's heir. Eustace promises her that he will give it to her when Philomel is older, but in the meantime, let her choose something else. She says desperately that she wants nothing more than the ring. Philomel exhales and apologizes to the astonished emperor. In her mind, she laments that she had lost her father's trust by her outburst. She cannot raise her eyes to the emperor and says in a colourless voice that she will not demand anything more from him. Without the ring, her escape is impossible. Later that evening, as she collapses tiredly on the sofa, she thinks how tired she is. If Philomel can't get the ring, the whole escape plan will have to change. All she wants to do now is sleep. But Delis walks in. She says that the emperor is calling for his daughter to come to him, and that he has been brought some rare tea leaves. Philomel asks her to tell him that she is not feeling well. But Delis says that Justice told him to tell her that he would come to her himself. Philomel is surprised and thinks that something very important has happened, since the emperor is so insistent. The princess does not want to see the emperor in such a mood, or even to see him now. She asks the countess to tell him that she is already asleep. The countess replies, after thinking for a moment, that she has understood everything and leaves. Philomel should lie down on the bed, but she has no strength at all. She hears a rustling behind her and thinks it is the countess returning. The princess decides that persuasion will not work. She will not go anywhere now. But then her father calls her by name. He approaches her and says he knows she is awake, apparently not even wanting to talk to him. Philomel diligently pretends to be asleep. Eustace says he doesn't understand why she needs the ring. She is already his heir. Philomel tries to understand her father's mood from his voice, as he suddenly says that he will give her the ring in 3 years when she is 15. Philomel immediately jumps up joyfully. He adds that even though she will be old enough, she shouldn't use the ring too often. Philomel throws herself around her father's neck in a burst of emotion and thanks him. She quickly realises that she is being overly emotional and pulls away from Eustace with more restrained enthusiasm. A stunned Eustace doesn't understand the reason for such exuberant joy. Philomel thinks her plan is starting to work. In 3 years, Alencia won't be here to eat. Besides, at 15 she will be free to walk alone. The day of her debut at the ball arrives. Dels enters to hurry her packing and is frozen at the half-word. She tells Philomel that she looks divine. The princess laughingly replies that she was afraid of looking too bright. Dels reassures her, saying that Philomel has always dressed too strictly. The countess says that even though Philomel is making her debut earlier than the other girls, it will be obvious to everyone that she is a worthy heiress. Philomel thanks and confesses that she was afraid of looking too young. She usually debuts at 16, but the Marquis Elos has left, leaving a vacancy to be filled by someone from the imperial family. The countess continues to encourage her that Philomel's mere presence in Soviet society is already enough to treat her well. Philomel is afraid that she will not be able to cope with her role. Del says she will have to endure this evening in a dress not to the princess's taste, and Philomel thinks she was afraid to dress brightly at this time. She stands up and motions for Dels to move out. His Majesty must be waiting. The ballroom, meanwhile, is already full of dressed-up people having fun. Separated from the crowd, at the wall, Nazar in a snow-white ceremonial uniform. Two ladies come up to him, giggling, and say that he's becoming more handsome every year. He embarrassedly replies that they flatter him. The ladies say that such modesty befits Duke Abraden's son, and that with such a groom, the princess has nothing to worry about. He doesn't understand what they are talking about, and the ladies explain that there is such an omen. Everything will work out well with the first person with whom you dance on your debut. Nazar starts to answer, but then they announce the arrival of the imperial family. Nazar stares at the ever-beautiful Philomel, and she looks back at him. Turning to her father, the girl says it is time for her first dance with Mr. Abraden. Eustace glooms and says she can dance with whoever she wants, but the connection between the first dance and the groom is fiction. Let her not dwell on it. Philomel says with a smile that she understands, but she wonders why her father is so serious, and whether it was her father's advice. She looks around the room while the guests look at her and whisper that the princess is incredibly good-looking at 14, and the young duke looks great. The same ladies talk enthusiastically that Philomel and Nazar are very suitable for each other. Apparently, the emperor also approves of the couple. But then they notice the gloomy Justice. Meanwhile, Philomel approaches Nazar and extends her hand to him, inviting him to dance. Nazar blushes with embarrassment and can't get a word out. Philomel stands with her hand outstretched, while the guests stare at the couple, and then asks if Nazar is all right. He hesitates, but answers that he is. The princess playfully asks if the young duke was not overexerted yesterday. She has heard that his new fencing teacher is a real master of the sword. He, having recovered a little, replies that everything is fine and asks for permission to ask Her Highness to dance. Nazar says that he was going to approach her himself, but was afraid to force the issue. Philomel notices a bruise on his arm and realizes that Nazar had overexerted himself the day before. Philomel takes his hand with a smile, and they dance to the music of the cello. She notices how warm his hands are, how much he has grown, and realizes that Nazar is no longer a child either. She compliments him that there is nothing he is incapable of doing. Nazar laughingly replies that he has practiced hard for today. He pulls Philomel closer to him and asks her to rely on him for this dance. She agrees with a carefree smile, but thinks to herself that she can't relax. Until she escapes, she'll just be Alencia's replacement. After such a triumphant debut, she had more classes to attend. In addition to her regular classes, Philomel was assigned to gather news and rumours to report to the emperor. And on the day the princess turned 15, the emperor gave her a ring of recognition. She looks at the ring in the box with admiration, and her father says that it is the ring Philomel wanted so badly. She admits that she was being unreasonable at the time. Putting the ring on Philomel's finger, the emperor says that he has filled it with divine power in advance, since the princess has none. But let her use it with caution. Justice adds that Philomel has nothing to worry about. She is and will remain his heir, as long as she looks at the ring on her finger. The day has finally come when she receives the ring of recognition, but she still can't follow through with her escape plan. She can't find Alencia. The book doesn't say where she was before she was discovered. The book mentions a couple times that Alencia came to Lake Jurina sometimes. Philomel thinks that means Alencia lives somewhere nearby, but there are so many villages there, you can't go around them all. Philomel had been there a couple of times. Everyone thought she liked it there. She's wondering if she should disappear right now. If we leave things as they are, it will turn out that Philomel is an imposter. If she runs away right now, the Emperor will be looking for her. She sadly thinks that, however, her real mother, Catherine, will still die. The novel tells us that Catherine switched her daughter with the princess, and years later comes to the palace driven by guilt. Upon discovering the truth, she is killed. Philomel wonders if her mother is thinking of her. Philomel again forbids herself sad thoughts and forces herself to get up and think of something she can do. She decides to bring Alencia in person and then run away so that the Emperor will not look for her. She does it only for herself, because from the very beginning, Philomel's goal was only survival, and this is not selfishness. Later, at a social event, Philomel chats with Mrs. Lucan. She asks how her mother, the Countess, is feeling, and whether the medicine from the doctor from abroad whom Philomel has hired for them has been effective. Lucin thanks the princess for her concern. Philomel says with a smile that it was no hardship on her. Lucin argues vehemently that if it weren't for the princess, her mother would still be bedridden. Two of her companions say that Philomel has helped them too. They are joined by voices reporting that Philomel has helped them too. Philomel responds modestly to the thanks, while Nazar watches them all from the balcony. A friend named Kenny, a laughing red-haired fellow, comes up to him and slaps the Duke on the back. Nazar is displeased, and Kenny asks who he's been looking at so carefully. He teases Nazar about not seeing the princess during the dance. Nazar denies it, but Kenny does not back down. The Duke tells him that he too danced with Philomel. Kenny replies that the first dance was for Nazar. That means a lot. Nazar calmly says it's natural since he and the princess are engaged. Kenny asks if this is the only reason for the first dance with Philomel. Nazar says yes. At this time, the princess sees him from below and waves. Nazar absent-mindedly waves back. Kenny tells him he's lying. You can see it in his face. You can also see that he's jealous of the princess. Nazar, blushing, thinks that to the princess they are really just betrothed and tells Kenny to stop questioning him. Kenny says that Nazar has nothing to worry about since Philomel will be his wife, but the Duke is not so sure. The Emperor is announced, and they both look at the door in surprise. Everyone begins to bow and salute him. Philomel asks if he has finished his business. The Emperor replies that he has and that it is time for them to leave. She bids the girls an elegant farewell, and they sweetly see her off by saying that they will see her again at the next reception. Philomel and Justice leave. Nazar at this point tells his surprised friend that he has to go too. Kenny says that the ball has just begun, but Nazar replies that his friend can drink from his glass. He hasn't touched it, and he has no reason to be here anymore. Later that evening, Philomel tells her father the news, warning him that it's not too important. There is an epidemic in the southern part. They should probably send medicine there. Eustace replies that he will order it tomorrow. Philomel says that the Marquis of Banda has had a daughter, and that Count Bars intends to breed with a foreign family. The Emperor praises her for her diligence in extracting information. Philomel thinks she has already accepted her role in aristocratic society. She wonders if she has already become a child worthy of recognition. Her father reminds her that her birthday is coming up. He asks her what she would like as a present. Philomel guesses that this is Pollen's clue, but it is for the best. Otherwise she would have to hint it to the Emperor herself. Philomel tells her father that the ring he gave her last year is enough as a gift. She realizes that she must refuse the Emperor's gifts for the sake of propriety. Eustace really starts to insist on a gift. Then Philomel asks her to do something for her. She starts talking about the palace by the lake in Utin, and the Emperor immediately offers to buy it back. Philomel hastily says that she would like to go there on vacation this spring with His Majesty. She really liked the scenery when Philomel went there last time. The princess timidly asks if he's overreacting, but she begs him to agree. Philomel had almost found his own daughter. Eustace thinks for a moment, then agrees. Philomel thanks him eagerly. The Emperor says that a meeting was planned for her birthday, but Philomel offers to go afterward. She remembers to herself that her birthday is also the anniversary of the Empress's death. Eustace says that then her feast will be over. She replies that the affairs of the country are more important. The Emperor thinks again, and then says that the meeting will be held right in Utin. He'll send them there, including the ministers, and when the meeting is over, everyone will go back. Philomel thinks that then it will no longer be just a pleasant vacation trip. She tries to talk her father out of it. It's not easy to get there, and the more people at the feast, the nicer it is. But the emperor stubbornly says that people will only get in the way. Philomel doesn't understand why he's so fixated on her party, but still agrees to do as the emperor says. She thinks that maybe the large crowd will even play into her hands, though she has enough of the emperor to accomplish her goal. Later, Philomel gets out of the shower, looks at her books, and remembers that she still has things to do. With a tired sigh, she collapses on the couch and thinks about how much effort she put into saving herself, while the Philomel of the book was just throwing money around. She recalls the unpleasant conversation between the emperor and Pollen, which she overheard by accident, and thinks that she really was going to live the way he wanted her to live, unnoticed, as if she didn't exist. She didn't think then that she would try so hard to save herself. Philomel thinks with hope that maybe now she won't be killed. She has been so kind and diligent. Maybe she'll only get a couple years in jail. She pulls a key from under her pillow and opens the safe, thinking that she has done a great job and there is only a little bit left. In the safe is a disguised prophetic novel, some gold and jewellery. It was a good thing no one had found the stash, but she had tried to make it inconspicuous. Philomel thinks that once she finds Alencia and introduces her to the emperor, she will only have to escape. She recalls that every time she looked at the ring, she wanted to run away immediately, but she suppressed the urge in order to survive and save her own mother. But that wasn't the only reason for her to go ahead with the plan. She learned from the book that everyone here has their own story, invisible to others. The story of an emperor who loved the empress to the point of madness. The story of Alencia, who lived a very unhappy life, and her suffering as a child was little different from Philomel's. Philomel thinks wistfully that she could have brought these two together sooner if she had left sooner. All these wounds will never go away. Philomel realizes that she can't put up with all the time she has been pretending, even though she already knows the truth. So she must return the emperor his real daughter. She should be happy about her imminent freedom, but for some reason she is sad. The day before her birthday, Philomel was already at the palace in Jutin. She stands by the pond, looks at her reflection, and reaches out her hand to the water. Nazar comes up and tells her to be careful. The princess asks if he is afraid she will fall into the water. He apologizes if his worry is in vain. She says that everything is all right and that she is done with her tour of the lake, and asks what he wanted to say to her. Nazar admits that he would like to invite her to tea, but he wouldn't want to interfere with her walk. She says that the offer is unexpected, but she has already had tea with her father, and they look back at the couple of girls who have been following Nazar. He, however, says it's okay since she's already had tea. Philomel looks at his face and does not understand how Nazar feels, assuming that he is sad because of his unfulfilling role as groom. She bids him farewell, saying that he can enjoy the scenery and leaves, thinking that Alencia will soon appear and then Nazar will stop being sad. But he stops her by saying that the lake is really beautiful, and he seems to understand why Philomel comes here so often. Nazar also falls in love with the place. But Philomel thinks she is only coming here for her own purpose. She thinks the Duke's words are just a manifestation of his natural benevolence. Justice meets her at the castle, and on the table in front of him is a 2-tiered cake. Philomel doesn't understand what this is about. They have already had tea and dessert, and her father tells her to sit down. She eats the cake carefully, and wonders why His Majesty is looking at her so strangely and tensely. She is uncomfortable. Usually the Emperor gets straight to the point. Philomel is about to speak to him first, but Justice holds out a box to her. He says it's her birthday present. He wanted to give it to her tomorrow, but he's afraid he'll forget. Philomel opens the box and assumes that he only arranged the cake to give her the present. Inside was a miniature gold model of a boat. Justice explains that the full-size boat is still being made, but as soon as it is ready, Philomel will be able to sail it. Philomel gently strokes the model and thinks that this is the first time the Emperor has given her something she didn't ask for, and a birthday greeting on her birthday too. She learns from the book that she was born a day earlier than Alencia. Philomel finally feels that she has nothing of her own, but how the Emperor could know this is beyond her comprehension. Meanwhile, Eustace continues that even though it's just a miniature, Philomel can decorate her room with it. This idea was suggested by Pollen. Since the real boat is delayed, Philomel is surprised by the Emperor's verbosity. Justice adds that even though her birthday is tomorrow, he congratulates her today. The princess is at a loss to thank him, but she thinks that tomorrow is his real daughter's birthday, not Philomel's. The next day, Philomel and Dell take a carriage ride past the lake. The Countess says that the reception will begin immediately after the meeting and suggests that they take a break now. Philomel refuses, saying they will be back quickly, and it is a shame to spend such a pleasant day locked up. Dell laughs that the princess really likes to observe the lives of ordinary people and that she would make a great ruler. Philomel thinks to herself that she will not be here by then. At that moment, I tell them that they have arrived at the place she asked for. She steps out of the carriage with anticipation, as she is told that according to the locals, this is the only place that fits the description she has given. In this village, it is the only house with an iron roof. Martin, who should have been fired a few years ago after a scandal with the servants, appears nearby. He looks at the road to the house and says that since the carriage can't go any farther, it's worth calling the people from the house here. But Philomel wants to come up herself. The knight looks at the princess strangely, and she asks him why. Smirking, he says that he didn't know about the princess's true feeling for him. He's referring to the reasons for his return from her. Philomel thinks she has tried everything to get him back, because he is the only one who can help her escape. But she tells Martin aloud that he is like an uncle to her, having cared for her since she was a child. He proudly declares that he will valiantly defend Her Highness, but she turns away squeamishly. Then a girl comes up to them and starts saying what she sees. They are noble people. Philomel instantly recognizes Alencia from a description from a novel she has reread many times. Blue eyes, cheeks ruddy as a peach, as if her skin were transparent, an exact replica of Empress Isabella. Alencia asks them why they drove up to their house. Philomel greets Alencia, and she asks what such gentlemen are doing in their wilderness. Then she realizes that she equals sign probably shouldn't say such a thing. Philomel says everything is fine, and turning around to look at the house, asks permission to inspect it. Allegedly, she saw it by chance while driving by and liked it. Alencia is puzzled, for surely the mistress's house is much neater than her shabby little house. Philomel asks if it's a waiver, but Alencia immediately says that of course they can see it if they want to, but she's just confused. She asks her mistress to follow her. Philomel asks the others to wait for her in the carriage. Dell and Martin warn her that she should not go there alone, but the princess assures them that it is all right. She will be back quickly. They enter the house, and Alencia shouts to her mother that she has come. She turns around and starts to grumble that her daughter is late again, but then she sees the guest. Alencia politely says that the mistress wants to see their house. The woman clearly recognizes Philomel, even dropping the ladle in surprise. Philomel says calmly that she has asked her daughter to inspect the house, but her mother briefly asks her to leave. She says she doesn't want the nobility to think of them as an object of spectacle. Alencia does not understand what is happening to her mother, and Philomel calmly offers to talk about something else. She asks the woman if she knows who Philomel is. The woman presses her trembling hands to her face and suddenly falls to her knees before her mistress. Alencia rushes to her with lamentations, but her mother tells her not to scream and sends her daughter upstairs. Alencia leaves and Philomel introduces herself. She says she was named after a flower that grows here in Jewton. Her mother tearfully tells her that such a noblewoman should not be here, so she should go back to where she belongs. Philomel replies that Catherine knows perfectly well that the girl has no place anywhere. She proclaims to herself that this foolish woman could not become empress, and swapped her and the princess. The weight of her guilt began to oppress poor Alencia. But in the end, she opened her heart to the little girl, who continued to reach out to her in spite of everything. In a year's time, she would have to confess everything to the emperor, and then die by his hand. Cruel of her, for she knew what position Philomel would find herself in after the truth was revealed. Philomel orders the woman to listen to her carefully. She informs me that she's picking up Alencia right away. She wants father and daughter to finally meet. But the woman refuses and yells that even though she did not give birth to Alencia, she is still her mother. Philomel smirks bitterly. She says that Alencia will decide for herself who her mother is once she knows everything. Philomel is hurt that adorable Alencia gets love, even from non-relatives, unlike Philomel. The woman screams that this is her daughter. It cost her a great deal of effort to raise her alone. Philomel interrupts her with a sad smile, saying that the mother had not asked how her own daughter was doing. The woman hesitates. Philomel was living in the palace after all. The princess tells her that she is as uninterested in Catherine as she is in her. She tells her to run away immediately before the emperor finds out the truth. Later, Philomel and Elencia ride in a carriage to the palace. When asked where they are going, Philomel replies that they are going to Lake Jutinar. Ellen starts clapping her hands happily and says that it is a beautiful place. There are many palaces there, so the lady must have come to see them. Finally, she asks the name of the mistress, and she reluctantly answers. Elencia is pleased to note that they are both named after flowers by that lake. What an interesting coincidence. Philomel thinks to herself that this is no accident. They were both given names by the empress, who was very fond of flowers. Ellen notices that Philomel's name is Princess, and she realizes that she is a princess. Dell is watching them at this time, and sees Elencia's distinct resemblance to the late empress. The countess notices it as soon as she sees the girl, but does not yet understand how it is possible. The girl, however, nonchalantly asks why she was taken from her home. Philomel replies that she can't tell yet. They ride in awkward silence. Philomel thinks Ellen must be confused right now. She has noticed that when the girl is not talking, it gives the impression of a completely different person. She decides to ignore it, and thinks about the fact that the emperor will instantly recognize the daughter as soon as she sees her. When they reach, Philomel is informed that the meeting is not yet over. When asked who has come with her, she replies that it is her guest, and drags Elencia along by the hand without listening to her protests. Dell stares after them thoughtfully, trying to figure out what Philomel is up to. Philomel and Elencia come to the door of the study, and the princess tells them to let her through. She urgently needs to speak to the emperor. The footman refuses to let her in, saying that the meeting is not yet over. She insists that the matter is urgent. Then the footman passes the request to the emperor, who allows them to enter. The girls enter the assembly chamber, where ambassadors and ministers are seated at a round table. Eustace asks what's wrong, since she wouldn't have come just like that. Philomel tells him that he wants to introduce someone, and lightly pushes an uncomprehending Elencia closer to the table. Philomel says that she met her by chance on a walk in the neighbourhood, and that her name is Elencia. She looks so much like her deceased mother that Philomel thought she was a relative, so she brought her to the palace. Justice turned white, and the substitutes began to whisper that the guest and the empress literally had the same face. Others whispered that such a thing could not be said in front of Her Highness. Pollen realizes that it is now impossible to continue the meeting and declares it over. He asks everyone to disperse and promises that he will soon announce a new date for the meeting. Philomel at this time thinks that she is embarrassed in front of Elencia for not having explained anything to her. But it doesn't matter, for the emperor recognizes her as his daughter instantly. The count asks everyone to go somewhere else for this conversation. Philomel says she will go and change her clothes and asks him to take care of her guest. In her room, she puts on her maid's outfit, hides her hair, and packs her things. Now all she has to do is leave without regrets. Dels knocks on her door and asks if everything is all right. Philomel replies that she is fine, but that her throat is dry and asks for a glass of ice water. She wonders if the countess will be surprised when Philomel disappears. In her mind, she thanks Del for her concern and promises not to forget. The countess decides not to leave, but to wait at the door for a while. Philomel looks around the room, checking that she has taken everything, and then she sees a golden model of a boat, a gift from the emperor. She takes it in her hand and wonders what would have happened if the emperor had loved Philomel from the beginning. She decides not to take the boat. She needs to get over her greed, and it didn't belong to her from the beginning. She cautiously looks outside and sees that all the servants are outside, as expected. Confusion has been caused by Ellen's appearance, and now Philomel has a chance to get away unnoticed. She walks stealthily through the crowd and hears talk of the guest being one-in-one with the empress. Some say she's just blonde. Others say the princess doesn't look like her mother at all. Philomel's only thought is how to escape before anyone notices. But then Nazar calls out to her. Philomel stopped as if dug up. Now afraid to turn around, she realizes that she is caught. She thinks about what to do. She can't turn around. She shouldn't have stopped. Luckily, Duke Abredon approaches Nazar and asks what business his son might have with the maid. Nazar decides that he just thought it was Philomel. The Duke says they have something to discuss and calls him to come with them. Nazar looks back at Philomel once more, and she mentally tells herself to run away. Unsolicited memories of Nazar, of how affectionate Pollen and Del had been to her, of the Emperor's praise, flashed through her mind. Philomel barely holds back her tears. Philomel pulls herself together and walks away with a steady stride. She stops only when she is already in the forest. She thinks that she has gone far enough and hopes that the Emperor will not feel the use of the ring's magic power from here. Philomel puts the ring on her finger and remembers to concentrate and think about the place she would like to be in, keeping her thoughts to herself, or she will be torn to shreds. The magic works, and lastly Philomel mentally says goodbye to everyone and wishes them well. At this time in the palace, Eustace meets his real daughter. He asks her name for the names of her parents. She introduces herself and says that she does not know her father, but her mother's name is Catherine Hessam. Pollen thinks about it. The Empress is unlikely to have had relatives with that surname, but the name Catherine seems familiar to him. Elencia asks if the Emperor is before her, and then, without too much modesty, but with a naive look, asks if he is her father. The Count and Eustace are at a loss for a moment. Elencia says she often asked her mother about her father. She said he had black hair like a raven's wing and blue eyes like Elencia's own. That's why she thought she was looking at her father. At that second, Eustace felt his magic. Just then, Delos burst into their room and told them that Princess Philomel was missing. When the Emperor hears this, he jumps to his feet. He goes quickly to Philomel's room and asks the Countess how it happened. Del says she doesn't know how it happened. Her Highness asked for a glass of water, and when Del returned, Philomel had already disappeared. The only thing left in the room was a letter, which the Countess did not open. Pollen thinks at this time that if Philomel used the ring to escape, they will have to search for her across the continent. The Emperor hastily unfolds the letter addressed to him and begins to read. In it, Philomel writes that Elencia is the Emperor's real daughter. Philomel met her on a walk, followed her and met her mother, whose name is Catherine Hound. Catherine was a chambermaid and friend of the Empress. When she saw Philomel, she immediately, weeping, told the whole truth. When Isabella gave birth, Catherine was also in those parts, and out of jealousy she switched the children. Philomel summarizes that she is not his kin, but thanks him for caring for her all her life and promises that she will not bother him again. She sincerely wishes him happiness with Elencia. Having finished reading, the Emperor drops his hands in despair, and Del and Pollen watch him anxiously. Eustace coldly orders that all soldiers be immediately mobilized to search for the runaway princess. He does not hold back and deafeningly demands that his daughter be found. Pollen and the Countess immediately obey. They turn around and see Elencia, who in a deliberately thoughtful manner offers her help as well. At this time, Philomel is already in the northern part of the empire, in the town of Senjen. She searches through the marketplace amidst a riot of colours and smells, vendors shouting in various ways to entice customers. Then someone wants Philomel. She turns around and sees a woman shouting at her that she will discount a lovely hat for her. Philomel doesn't understand how the merchant can see her. She is using invisibility magic after all. Even if she is seen, the image must be blurred. And then she is relieved to see that the saleswoman was shouting to a different woman. Philomel is in a hurry to leave before she is wanted, and the magic of the ring runs out. It can only transfer to familiar places, and she needs to get to Egelium somehow. There, one would only have to cross the border and climb a bit to meet the tower's master and her real father, Le Guin. But she suddenly wants to buy herself a hat. The angel at her shoulder shouts that she can't do that. Philomel has to hurry. And the little devil says that they finally have no one to reckon with. She decides to buy a hat, because her face needs to be hidden and the scarf is too plain. With her hair down, Philomel goes to the counter. A week after Philomel's disappearance, Nazar comes to the palace to see if the Count has any news. Pollen can see in his face all the young Duke's worries. He tells him that he understands, but that Nazar needs to take care of himself. The Duke replies that he's fine, but Pollen protests that he can't let Nazar get sick as well, but immediately comes up with language. The Duke asks who's already sick. It turns out that 4 days ago, the emperor reported his daughter missing. Her portrait was hung everywhere, and a reward was offered for any information. Nazar took it upon himself to question and search for any witnesses, but no trace of the princess was ever found. The count was incessantly approached by the servants. They wanted to find out whether it was true that there was a guest in the palace who resembled the empress like 2 drops of water, and that the missing princess was an impostor. Pollen sighs tiredly and denies everything. One day, as he approached the door of His Majesty's study, he wondered where the rumours that Philomel was not the real princess were coming from. The emperor had not announced such a thing, but the rumours spread with incredible speed. Pollen himself doesn't know if it's true. He cautiously peeked into the study with the papers and saw Justice stretched out on the floor. The count rushed to help him up, but Justice only sniffed unhappily. The emperor tried to find out where Philomel was with his magic power, but used too much. Pollen wailed that it was unnecessary. The princess must be far away by now. Pollen thought sadly that the emperor had not yet been so exhausted since the death of his wife. He wondered if Eustace would punish the fugitive, but he could hardly imagine such a thing. Nazar calls out to the thoughtful count. He replies that there is no new information, and that he is exhausted. Nazar says that Pollen must be having a hard time, but he replies that the young duke looks even worse. Nazar says he wants to go to Senjin this time. Since Philomel can only go where she's been before with the ring, the princess might as well be there. They've been there together once before. Nazar leaves and the count exhales with relief. He almost blabbed about the emperor's condition. They didn't need any unnecessary worries right now. Meanwhile, the old nanny eagerly embraces Elencia and yells that this is undoubtedly Isabella's daughter. She looks like a reflection of her. Elencia asks with contrived surprise if this means that the emperor is really her father. Nanny assures her that it does, and Ellen laughs joyfully. And Eustace looks at the nanny and says that she was fired the year Philomel was 9 years old. The woman gloomily says that yes, she took care of Philomel for 9 years from the time she was born. The emperor says that the nanny has managed to deal with the pain of losing the princess surprisingly well, but he still can't accept the fact that she's not his daughter at all. Elencia and Nanny stare at him coldly, and Nanny starts to make excuses, but then the guards enter. They lead Catherine. She tried to escape across the border but was caught. They let her go, and Catherine falls to the floor. Elencia immediately runs up to her. The emperor rises from the table and walks leisurely towards them. He orders Catherine to say whether it is true that she has substituted the princess for her daughter. Justice snatches the sword from the guards and holds it to Catherine's throat, ordering her to answer now. She confirms in a trembling voice that Elencia is indeed the real princess. There is a deafening shriek, and the emperor plunges his sword into Catherine's hand. Elencia begs her father not to kill her mother while she's dragged away by Pollen for safety. He thinks bitterly that the woman is about to die. His Majesty knows no forgiveness. He covers Elencia's eyes with his hand so that she will not see the moment of her foster mother's death. Justice stands in front of Catherine and asks her why she has responded to Isabella's kindness with evil. Has she forgotten how much Isabella has done for her? Catherine recalls how she and the Empress were walking in the garden, and the Empress told her that she wanted to name her daughter Elencia after a flower. Her husband also liked the name. She asked then what Catherine would name her baby girl. Catherine angrily screams in the Emperor's face that if he hadn't ignored Catherine and if Isabella hadn't returned to her homeland, none of this would have happened. Eustace suddenly swings his sword. Elencia hears this and screams. Everyone present shrinks back, but he only thrusts the sword sharply into the floor and says that Philomel is very much like her mother. Strange that he had not noticed. Then he quietly orders the guards to take Catherine to the dungeon. Later, the nanny tells Elencia that she always suspected Catherine was a criminal and kept asking Isabella to stop associating with her. The Count tells the nanny that she can leave. He can handle the rest himself. But she puts her hands patronizingly on Elencia's shoulders and says that Her Highness has no one beside her but a kind nanny. One must be delicate. She asks Elencia herself, but the latter is thoughtful and answers not at once that of course the nanny is right. The nanny cheerfully tells the Count that the princess wants her to stay. Let them prepare a room for her then. The Count sighs. The nanny does intend to settle back in the palace after all. He says they will prepare a room for her, but only until they find a new chambermaid. And don't let her forget what got her banished from the court last time. Nanny begins to grumble, and Alencia asks Pollen why her father isn't happy about finding her. Pollen reassures her that it must be difficult for the Emperor to accept her, but they have already seen that she has magical powers, which proves her origin. She looks at him gratefully and leaves, the Count telling her to get a good rest. The nanny follows her, ingratiating herself. Meanwhile, in the very north, in Agilium, the men in the tavern are already swapping rumours that Philomel was not a real princess. Not everyone agrees, for the rumours say the unbelievable, that the commoner substituted children. That is, under the guise of a princess lived the daughter of a criminal. They are discussing whether to return her to the palace for a reward. Meanwhile, Philomel sits at a nearby table, hiding her face under her hat. Although the ring still works, she dyed her hair pink just in case. Everywhere people say mean things about her. Philomel doesn't understand why they hate her so much. The innkeeper approaches her and offers her tea. Philomel refuses. She has to go now. She does not know yet if she will return for the night. The girl says with a kind smile that Philomel is probably on her way to the magic tower. She explains to a surprised Philomel that Angelina is a small town. Here all the newcomers go to the magic tower. They bring money to ask for or buy something. She warns Philomel to be careful and not to stay out late, as there are a lot of thieving gangs lately. Philomel arrives at the tower, at the foot of which the people are crowded. She looks up in admiration. It doesn't look like a tower, but like a castle. She looks around the crowd and worries if her host will want to meet her. After all, not even in aristocrats can get an audience with him. An old man asks her if she is looking for her master. Philomel replies that she is, and he says that she can't go to him today, there's such a queue. The next discovery will be maybe a week from now. Philomel grows cold. She could be found in that week. She could even be executed if I take the fugitive from justice into account. But then the man winks at her and tells her that there is one way to get in without waiting in line. He lazily informs her that he has some wizards he knows inside. Philomel asks him to introduce her to them, but he smirks that it's not that simple. She realizes that the man is just a middleman and reaches into her purse for her money under his greedy gaze. The man sees the gold. His eyes light up and he abruptly snatches the purse out of Philomel's hands. He immediately runs away while Philomel screams helplessly after him. He shouts back that she was just giving alms to an old man, but then he falls down from someone's footsteps. A hooded cloak bends over him and grumbles that there are still petty crooks on the ground and in the grounds of the magic tower. The man shouts from the ground about respecting his age. The man in the cloak turns out to be a white-haired guy. He says the old man will have to answer for the theft under the laws of the magic tower, not the empire. Voth comes to be horrified. Philomel finally reaches them and anxiously asks the boy if he will kill the thief. Instead of answering, he calls out to a certain Rexian, telling him to come out. Behind Philomel is another young man, red-haired and wearing glasses. The first guy takes off his hood and grumbles that Rexian didn't come to the rescue when a visitor was being tricked. The one replies that he just figured he was doing just fine on his own. Plus, it's unexpected to see a good deed done his way. Philomel looks at the guys perplexed and tries to figure out what is even going on here. They ask what business she has come to the magic tower for. The white-haired man tosses her purse. He tells her not to count crows. How can you not know about the crooks at the magic tower? Philomel says she really didn't know. She didn't realize that's what the tavern owner was talking about. One of them calls her a child who doesn't know the world. Philomel is offended by this. Blondie says he will turn the rascal into the disciplinary department and tells Rexian to deal with Philomel. Philomel is annoyed with the food and the fact that they are right. She really was cheated. Rexian politely asks what she needs. She replies that she would like to meet Le Guin. Rexian asks why. Philomel, after a little thought as to whether she will be believed, replies that she is his daughter. Philomel anxiously thinks that she must look crazy now, but she really just believed some book. Rexian calmly replies that he should help her then and asks her to follow him. He will lead her out the back door. Philomel can't believe it's that simple. They walk inside a spacious, beautiful room. Several people in identical cloaks are doing magic in different corners of the room. Philomel hurries after the boy. He asks to be called Rexian. She asks if Mr. Le Guin is married. Rexian replies that he is not. Philomel realizes that he didn't cheat on his wife with Catherine, and Rexion guesses what she is thinking. Philomel asks if he is surprised, but he replies that no, he only wonders why she showed up so late. He cringes, meaning it's late, but Rexion only tells her to watch her step. He manages to grab Philomel's shoulder to keep her from flying down. She sees that they are standing on a hovering platform. Rexion suggests that she has had experience with such platforms before, but she replies that she has only read about them in books. He tells Philomel that they are almost here, but asks her to remove the ring before. Le Guin is not too fond of divine power. At this, Rexion calls her Princess Philomel. She removes the ring and assures him that she didn't hide her identity because of bad intentions. He laughingly reassures her, saying he knows because he's interested in the news of the Empire. She cautiously asks if he will report her. Rexion replies that he would have reported her sooner if he had wanted to. They go to the door, and he warns her not to believe everything Le Guin says. With bated breath, Philomel looks at the doors behind which her real father is. Finally they enter, and Rexion tells the gentleman that a girl has come in claiming to be Le Guin's daughter. Thoth is incredulous, not really right now. Rexion replies that the girl is already here. He scratches the back of his head and says he should take one look at her. Le Guin turns around and Philomel sees a tall man with white hair and golden eyes. She notices that only their eyes look alike. Rexion asks permission to leave, but Le Guin tells him to stay and introduces himself to Philomel with a smile. She replies that her name is Phil. He tells her to sit down, distractedly sorting through the books on the table. She obeys, and he then holds out his palm to her and asks her to give him her hand. Philomel doesn't understand why, but does as commanded. When she takes her father's hand, Philomel feels as if an electric shock has pierced her, and she collapses onto the table without strength. Le Guin nonchalantly says that there is little or no magic in her. Rexion grumbles that you can't do such things without permission. It's hard for a mere human to endure such things. And Philomel tries to come to her senses. Le Guin nonchalantly says that he assumed his child would definitely be a wizard. Rexion explains that Le Guin poured some of his magic into her to see if she had any of her own. He rubs his forehead in frustration and apologizes for Le Guin. Wizards feel only a slight tingling sensation with this procedure, but Philomel must have been in a lot of pain. Le Guin says that although Philomel has almost no magic, the magic she has is exactly the same as his, which means Philomel really is his daughter. Philomel is outraged. This is not at all how she imagined her first meeting with her father, and he behaves like a stranger to his own daughter. And there was so much she wanted to ask him when she met him. Why he had left Catherine, and whether he even knew about his daughter. She wanted to feel what Philomel in the book had felt when she met her father. She decides to ask him directly why he left her pregnant mother. Le Guin replies that he doesn't remember, but that she must have wanted to, otherwise she would have stayed in the tower. Philomel does not understand him and does not believe his words. Once upon a time, there was a boy who had no family, but he had incredible magical power. He could change the weather or slay a dragon with a single wave of his hand. However, the price for this gift, called Estelian, was the resulting emptiness inside him. He felt no emotions and was completely indifferent to everything except the things that interested him. After growing up, he decided to do an experiment and raised a lot of money and female volunteers. He wanted to create a child by crossing a human and an Estelian. He told the women that he needed an heir to his power, but all those few born possessed only a predisposition to magic. An Estelian was almost non-existent in them. So the sorcerer stopped the experiment, stopped his own aging and began to live forever without aging. He never hesitated for a moment, not even on the path to loneliness. And so the sorcerer sits before Philomel and reluctantly tries to recall the events of 10 years ago. Philomel says that her mother's name is Catherine Hound, and that she and her mother look very much alike, so let her take a closer look at her daughter. Le Guin rises from his seat and leans over Philomel. Running a strand of her hair through his fingers, he notices that it is dyed and magically returns it to its natural colour. He takes a couple steps back again and considers Philomel, he says, now beginning to remember something. But after a second, he smirks and pretends to apologise. He doesn't remember anything. A stunned Philomel doesn't understand how she cannot remember such a thing, and her father replies that there is nothing to remember. Le Guin asks what she wants, since she has tracked him down. Not much magic in her, so she can't be a wizard. I guess it's the money. He'll give her the money her mother didn't take, and Philomel will have enough. But the girl suddenly starts sobbing. He is surprised. She tells her father eagerly that she does not want money or anything else from him. He is indifferently surprised, and she replies that they have nothing in common but blood. She turns around and apologizes for disturbing him, promising not to come here again. Le Guin asks Rexion why she got angry, and he replies that her father should have been more tactful. The girl is different from them. Walking down the corridor, Philomel consoles herself with the fact that she will simply go abroad. She scolds herself for her naivete and stupidity. She could not expect anything from a man who does not know her at all. But then, Rexion calls her, asking permission to walk her to the exit and tell her something. He believes that her mother has not told Philomel about the events surrounding her birth. Wiping away her tears, Philomel says angrily that she knew nothing about it, but now she knows that her own father has no conscience. She apologizes for her breakdown, but Rexion has nothing to do with it. But he replies that he has, because he is her half-brother. And besides the two of them, there are two other brothers. They all have different mothers. He again asks Philomel to listen to him. Rexion tells her Le Guin's story. Now Philomel realizes that they are only the result of an experiment. Rexion says that himself. Jeremy and Cardin lived here in a special facility after passing. But Philomel's mother refused to do so. She asks if Rexion thinks it is normal for Le Guin not to have warm feelings for the result of such an experiment. But he replies that a child like Philomel is also new to his father. He didn't treat the three boys as children either, and he was more of a mentor to them. So Le Guin had no idea that Philomel would react this way. She thinks to herself that her father must have thought her a failure. Born without love and without magic, she has no place in the tower, no place at all. She says goodbye to Rexion, and he tells Philomel to go to him if she needs anything. She asks why he treats her that way, maybe because she is his sister. Rexion laughingly replies that it's not just that. Philomel is interesting to him. He wants to explore her. They were all born in the same experiment, but they only have half an emotion each, while Philomel has all of them. She assumes it's because she has the least amount of Estelian, but Rexion thinks that's not the only reason. He offers her a job as an assistant if she is against research. Philomel replies that she knows nothing about magic, but Rexion is sure she will learn quickly. She thinks he overestimates her. Rexinian adds that if Philomel wants to hide, the magic tower is perfect. Even the Emperor won't pry here. Philomel says with a sigh that she needs to think about it. They are sold, and Philomel leaves. Rexion waves goodbye to her, sighs, and tells himself what he should do about his negligent father. He returns to an aggrieved Le Guin, who grumbles that Rexion should go after Philomel. He's been singing about his sister, but he's forgotten all about his mentor. Rexion reasonably remarks that it was Cardin, not he, who sang the song, but that does not comfort his father. Rexion asks if his father is worried about the girl, and he replies sullenly that he is not. Le Guin looks at the arcs with the magic sigils on them and says that the magic circle hasn't changed a bit. It doesn't matter though, Philomel left after all, saying she hated it. Rexion thinks how obnoxious the father is, but says aloud that if Le Guin says so, then it is so. In passing, he adds that the girl has nowhere to go. How can she, still a child, live in this cruel world all alone? And if it weren't for Jeremy, she would have been robbed by now. Father will remain cold-blooded. Rexion wonders when he will become sincere and what will happen in a dozen years if he is already insufferable. But the stone has already been cast. In a few days, everything will be decided. At the inn, Philomel has dinner and thinks about what to do now that she knows about the experiment. Maybe she should take Rexion up on his offer. But then she would have to see her father all the time. And if she goes abroad, she has to think about disguises first. She notices that the ring's light has faded, which means it's running out of power. It wouldn't hurt to find a replacement. Philomel wonders when the Emperor will stop looking for her. He must be enjoying himself right now. In the novel, Eustace was very affectionate to his newfound daughter, a very different person compared to how he was with Philomel. She herself couldn't even earn the love of her own parents, let alone Alencia. Philomel gets up from the table and asks the hostess where the store of magical goods and tools is. At this time, a certain Lady Rosanna is trying on jewellery that she finds tasteless. She tells the sales clerk that she's related to the Duke of Muriel, so have her bring something more expensive. She obediently complies. Rosanna thinks that, after such a long journey here, she can't wear some cheap clothes. After all, she's been trying to fit into the capital's society for so long. Behind her, Philomel is talking to a sales clerk. Rosanna is disappointed that she came here for expensive magical jewellery, and now she is shopping with the commoners. Philomel asks if there are any cloaking or invisibility tools in the store. The sales clerk regretfully replies that the sale of such things is forbidden without authorization from the state. Lady Rosanna has been brought other jewellery, but she keeps looking at Philomel. Suddenly, she walks up to her and abruptly grabs her hand, which has a ring on it. She says that a commoner like Philomel can't afford such a jewel, so she stole it. Philomel tries to break free, but Rosanna holds her tightly and says she can't go past those who don't know their place. She yells to the female workers to grab Philomel. Philomel tries to explain, but the salesmen hold her on both sides while Rosanna removes the ring from her finger. She says she can find it a better owner. The magic of the ring loses its power, and Rosanna sees the missing princess in front of her. She yells to call the guards to apprehend Philomel, who has been hiding with the help of magic. Philomel begs to be let go. She assures Rosanna that she just looks like a princess. She shuts her up with a deafening slap. Rosanna says that this is incredibly insolent, and if she were in power, she would execute Philomel immediately. She tells the princess to be quiet until the guards arrive. At this time, Nazar and his team are driving around the neighbourhood looking for signs of Philomel. One of the escorts says that the sun is already setting and that Angelium is nearby. They need to rest. They have travelled all over Shenzhen. Nazar looks at him tiredly and replies that they can go to rest, and he will go on alone. Let them follow when they are properly rested. But then they hear the sound of a carriage nearby. It's Rosanne in the carriage, rejoicing that she was able to catch the fake and create new topics of discussion at the receptions. It will definitely help her get closer to the real princess. The carriage rushes toward Nazar and his men and slows down abruptly. Lady Rosanna sees the young Duke of Abriden as she steps out. She gazes in admiration at the angelic face and sleeping blonde hair of the Empire's most enviable groom. He calmly asks her what business she has with him. Rosanna realizes she stopped him without thinking what to say, and then realizes that the Duke has been betrothed to an impostor, and so is now free. This is Rosanna's chance to get his attention. She curtsies gracefully and introduces herself as the niece of Duke Muriel. Nazar realizes after a moment's thought that she is from Viscount Manon's house and that her domain is far from this area, on the outskirts. She tells him that she has pleasant news for Mr. Duke. Rosanna officially announces to the astonished Nazar that she has found the missing Princess Philomel in Angelium. Nazar approaches Rosanna lightning fast and shouting asks where Philomel is now. Tar babbles that he need not worry. She has summoned the security squad and handed the princess over to them. Without hearing what Rosanna has to say, Nazar takes off on his horse. His escort shouts that he will ride too, but the Duke replies that he will ride first and let them catch up with him. Philomel, meanwhile, sits in a cold dungeon and thinks that even the wicked nanny has never slapped her. She heard the guards call that woman Rosanna Manon, and that tells her something. The guards look at Philomel from afar and talk about how she's the fake princess. You can't tell she's a villain, but apparently the bad blood is making itself known. The captives from the cell opposite grin predatorily, nestling against the bars and shouting at Philomel to play with him. She's going to die soon anyway. Is she so noble that she won't condescend to worms like them? They scream that even they are no match for the impostor, while she thinks how stupid she was. She needed to take the ring off or cover up, and now they won't execute her. She can't believe her life is going to end like this, that the villain can't get away with it. She turns to the guards, saying her name is Charlotte Tate and she's a traveller, not a princess. The guards don't believe her, tell her not to talk nonsense, no one will listen to her anyway. She protests. There are many people in the world with identical looks. Philomel says she has someone who can confirm her words, have them call Mr. Rexian from the magic tower. She is his sister. The guards look at each other in amazement upon hearing that name. That's the wizard from the Magical Instrument Control Department. Philomel adds that he will be very upset about what is being done to his little sister. She's trying everything she can to get out. The guard says it's hard to believe, but it's still worth checking. He threatens to chop off a limb if she's lying. Philomel thinks with trepidation that everything has worked out. Rexian will come and save her. But then the commander of the guards comes and informs her that a man who knows the princess has already arrived here and that she should ask him. He invites the man to come this way, saying that a girl was brought in a few hours ago because of a message he received, and Philomel tries to guess who it was that came, but realizes that it doesn't matter. If the man recognizes her, Philomel is finished. She doesn't have time to get out, but she looks up and sees Nazar. At this time, Rexion is awakened by his father asking where Philomel is staying. He replies that she's in Angelium, no matter what. Le Guin tells him to bring her to the tower. He needs to meet her urgently. Rexion says it's a bad time. He'll contact her in the afternoon and let her father sleep in. But the man stubbornly insists on bringing her now. Rexion says that no one is going anywhere in the middle of the night anyway, especially not to someone who insulted the day before. Le Guin reluctantly agrees to tomorrow. Rexion was glad it came out faster than he thought, but his father was in no hurry to leave. After a moment's silence, he said it would be better to bring the girl in now. Rexion irritably promises to bring her back tomorrow and throws a book at Le Guin. He finally disappears, and Rexion slams the door behind him with a wave of his finger. He thinks contentedly that it's time to get to know his new family. In the dungeon, Nazar asks Philomel anxiously how it is that she is locked up here like a criminal. He is very worried and promises her that he will let her out right away. Philomel thinks that the last thing she wanted to see him in this situation was him. The guard says he's about to give Nazar the keys to the cell, but Nazar pulls out his sword and simply cuts the bars. Philomel is shocked, and the Duke sells her hand. The shackles fall from her hands, and Nazar says he will take her to the palace immediately. Philomel looks at his faces. She doesn't understand why he was so genuinely concerned about her. The Duke throws his cloak over her trembling shoulders. The guards look at them. They thought they had caught a dangerous criminal, but the commander replies that the order was to find Philomel, but it didn't say she was a criminal. He speculates on why no one was then reminded that Philomel is a villain and a fake. The guards begin to realize that they have made a mistake. Nazar coldly replies that it is time for them to leave, but the guards will have to explain how they dared to treat Philomel like that. He will leave a few of his men behind to make sure they don't escape. The commander looks at him. He has heard of the young Duke of Abredon, but doesn't understand how this young man can be under 20. Philomel asks everyone to wait. She reaches her hand out to the guards and reminds them that she has been promised limb deprivation if she lies. The guards have sinned, and Philomel says that punishing a criminal without trial is a great offence. They can't be called a law enforcement squad. The guards fall to their knees, begging for her forgiveness. Philomel turns to the prisoner across from her cell. He told her he was better than her, but then she decides it's not even worth talking to him and calls Nazar to leave. But he looks angrily at this prisoner, and the man begs her not to touch him. The Duke asks the commander's name, Ian Solbrith, and tells him that he will still be back. Let them not think of running away. Adds that they'd better run away because he's not as merciful as the princess. Later they ride in the carriage. Nazar apologizes for being too simple. Philomel says with a smile that everything is all right, but at the same time she thinks that she left the book at the inn and cannot return for it now. Otherwise it will be read and forgotten. Nazar notices her battered cheek and touches her gently with his hand. Him. Hatefully asks if the guards did it. Philomel quickly replies that she just fell. He says he can't leave it like this and hands her the magic ointment. He says he can't leave it like this and hands her the magic ointment. Philomel gratefully takes the ointment, while she herself thinks that Nazar looks so strange again. She doesn't believe that the Emperor could organize such a large-scale search under the pretext of finding his daughter. She wonders what she should do. The book can't be told about. A new escape is difficult. Nazar notices the worry on her face and asks what is wrong. Instead of answering, Philomel leans toward him sharply and firmly asks him to pretend that he has not met her today. Nazar asks her to sit back down. It is dangerous to drive like this, and she is uncomfortably close. Suddenly, the carriage hits a pebble. Philomel bursts into flames, and she falls face first into Nazar's chest. Philomel ignores this and says more quietly that if she appears in the palace, she will be executed, and Nazar hardly wants that. Nazar reassures her that it can't be. Who would want to kill the princess? Philomel replies that the Emperor would, as she was not his own daughter. Nazar pats her and says that it is all just rumours, but Philomel says it is true. Philomel looks into his eyes and asks him to let her go. She promises to do whatever he wants in return. She thinks it will work, because Nazar has a good heart. She thinks that she has kept a distance between them all this time, but if she calls for his mercy, he will let her go. But Nazar grabs his head and asks why she's torturing him with those words. He puts Philomel in her place and asks her to forgive him for what she said. Nazar says that he will not be able to fulfill her request anyway, as he has already sent a magic dove to the palace and wanted to share the good news. Nevertheless, Nazar wants to help Philomel and offers her a stay at Abradan's country residence, while he himself tells the emperor that the princess has escaped. Philomel fears that Eustace won't believe it, and Nazar will seem a fool. But the Duke doesn't care if it comes out that way. Philomel says she doesn't like it, and she doesn't understand why the Duke would go to such lengths for her. Nazar begins to confess his romantic feelings, but Philomel interrupts him and says, "Let it be as he said." But she will not go to the residence, so as not to cause more inconvenience. Philomel thinks to herself that she always feels awkward around Nazar. He's probably already met Alencia, so he shouldn't be sad about his relationship with her. But she doesn't understand why the sadness in his eyes is growing. She falls asleep like that in the carriage, and he thinks she deliberately drew a line between them. He hoped to cross it one day, if he kept his distance for a while. But Philomel can't understand that, for their relationship has always been an engagement of convenience. Nazar realized too late that he had been foolish. He wraps her tightly in his cloak and wishes her a good rest. When the carriage stops, Philomel opens her eyes, and it turns out that she was not asleep at all, and had heard all those words from Nazar. He told her as soon as she got out of the carriage that this was the inn where he and his men were staying. Philom thanks him for his help and is about to leave. Nazar suggests that she at least wait for a snack for the journey. Philomel is afraid that someone else will recognize her, but she is indeed hungry, so she hesitantly agrees. Nazar orders that the kitchen urgently prepare something convenient for the journey, light, fresh, but nutritious. Philomel is surprised that he knows her food preferences. The Duke asks if she needs anything else. Gently, he asks her to give at least a rough location. After thinking about it, Philomel asks to borrow some money. Nazar, taken aback for a moment, readily replies that he has no gold with him, and Philomel becomes ashamed of herself for asking her former fiancé for such a thing. But she needs money for food, lodging, and a communication stone to contact the tower. Nazar turns around and tells Knight Aaron to give the princess all the money he has now. Philomel assures him that this is not necessary. Then Nazar blushes and admits that he was being unnecessarily fussy. Philomel suddenly realizes that she only thought she knew the Duke. She wonders what would have happened if they had been more frank with each other. Then one of the knights runs up to Nazar and shouts that there is trouble. The emperor has arrived, and his majesty himself is coming to meet them. He approaches Philomel and asks where she has been all this time while she tries to understand how he got here. Her eyes darken and she realizes that her days are numbered. Philomel falls unconscious before she sees Justice and Nazar, who are frightened. The emperor manages to pick her up before she falls to the ground and lightly slaps her cheeks, yelling for her to come to her senses. Aaron says he'll get a healer from the inn, but the emperor engages his magic power. In front of the astonished Nazar, the emperor and his daughter vaporize in a golden glow. Aaron and the healer run to the Duke, but he only lifts Philomel's hairpin from the ground. He asks the knight if there are any of the Aberdeen mages left who possess the magic of displacement. Aaron reports that all the wizards left at dawn on the orders of the elder Duke. He ordered them to stop searching for the princess and to work on his errand. The knight says we can look for mages in Senjen, but Nazar refuses. He needs magic that will instantly transport him to the capital. He informs them that they are going to the magic tower. In the tower at the same time, his father, smiling gloatingly, reproaches Rexion for letting Philomel go. He says that if he had known how things would turn out, he would not have let her go yesterday, and that it was Le Guin's fault. Le Guin indifferently says that everyone has always only asked him for money, which is why he decided Philomel is the same since she's his daughter. Rexion advises him to change his thought pattern. The other two brothers burst into the room. They've just heard the news about the emergency and the newfound baby sister. Jeremy is the blonde guy who saved Philomel from the thief, and Carden is the tall green-eyed guy, second in command. Rexion tells them that Philomel's belongings were left at the inn, and that she herself was apparently captured by a security squad and sent straight to the capital. Carden is outraged at how she could have been mistaken for a criminal. Jeremy says he's not interested in any of this, and they can do what they want. And Le Guin asks if it wouldn't be faster if he just came and got Philomel. Rexion tells them to consider Phil's feelings, and their main enemy is still the Empire, though the tower does not fall under its influence, and outwardly they remain on friendly terms. Jeremy smirks and says that all of Le Guin's offers of cooperation have been rejected. Cardine is nervous about what to do then, how to save her little sister from prison. She can't eat properly there and will get very thin. His father tells him to calm down, but he gets up and says that he has to go and check on Philomel anyway. He immediately warns his brothers that their excuses will not work on him. Rexion raises his palm conciliatingly and assures him that he didn't intend to. Le Guin is the only one who can sneak into the Imperial Palace anyway. He and his brothers will take a different route, to which Jeremy shouts back that he's already recused himself from the problem. Le Guin is told that he must not go there like that and must sit quietly until his sons catch up with him. He asks irritably what Rexion's plan is. And in the Imperial Palace, Eustace is raging. He is pounding his fists on a column, furious that his sick child has not yet been helped. Pollen tries to calm him down. He's already called for a healer. The Count was very surprised when the Emperor suddenly disappeared. Apparently the message he received was about the princess. He thinks Eustace is exaggerating when he says the princess is on the verge of death. That's when the court physician arrives. An elderly, elegant man with a monocle examines Philomel. He says that the princess is exhausted from stress and fatigue, so she just needs time to recover. He tells the worried emperor that Philomel apparently suffered a shock just before her fall. The physician will leave a cure for her. Pollen says that Justice will prepare a bed in another room while the princess sleeps, but he's going to stay here. The Count isn't sure. The emperor has already fainted himself and used displacement magic twice. The emperor assures him that all is well and sends Pollen away, but he sits down in the chair by Philomel's bedside with difficulty. The Count looks at him and thinks that Eustace is not in the best condition, but will not leave the princess. Pollen is ready to accept this, for the main thing is that Philomel has been found. Philomel finally opens her eyes, and first smells the pleasant woody scent of the emperor, and then sees him. She rushes to get up, but notices that he is asleep. Philomel has no memory of how she got here. She sadly thinks that it doesn't matter where she is now, that she has been caught, and so quickly. All her 7 years of effort had failed to change her fate in the end. Justice wakes up too, rubs her eyes and asks how she feels. Philomel replies that he is leaving so he can draw in her place. Justice asks her to lie down some more. He asks why she ran away. Philomel replies that because she is not a real princess. Eustace asks her about the letter. She replies that she did write it. The emperor tells her that Philomel did not have to leave the palace at all, even though she is not his own daughter. He tells the girl that he will adopt her. She bluntly asks if the emperor will execute her. He is very surprised as to why he would do that. Philomel asks if this is why everyone has been looking for her. Justice replies that it was not Philomel herself who switched places with the princess. It was her mother. He does not care that she is not his own. He still considers Philomel his daughter. Philomel doesn't understand why she is so dear to the emperor. She remembers what Eustace said before. He wanted Philomel to become invisible. That's why she tried so hard to be good. But she could never be his own. But whether she wants to be adopted, Philomel doesn't know. Eustace asks her about it, and adds that Alencia would like to be friends with her. He himself gives his word that he will not shout harm to her. Philomel ponders his proposal. This way she will save her life and later leave. Philomel tries to force herself to agree, but refusal comes out of her mouth. She looks at the emperor and tells him that she does not want to be his daughter. The servants bring her food on a special tray so she can eat without getting out of bed. She replies that she is not that sick and can sit at the table, but the servant asks her not to worry them, not to overwork herself. Philomel is left alone. She is embarrassed that they are treating her like she is sick, but is taken into a room that she last ate only yesterday for breakfast. She is surprised that she wanted to escape so badly, but as soon as she saw the food, she immediately relaxed. Food she wanted to wash and change her clothes. Philomel thinks about how to deal with the emperor now after her words. Yes, she has to get the ring back somehow. She wonders if she should confess everything. Alencia bursts into the room and starts yelling something to her father about the game they started, but then sees only Philomel in the room. She rushes over to her and asks when Philomel came back. She replies that only this morning. Alencia rattles on about how glad she is to have Philomel back, and she thinks she certainly didn't want to appear like this in front of Alencia. She's embarrassed, probably because they've switched places. Alencia cheerfully offers her a game, holding out a board of cards and dice. Alencia asks if Philomel knows how to play, and despite answering in the affirmative, explains that you have to do what is written on the square the piece will fall into, and the one who gets to the emperor first wins. Alencia says she plays it with her father or her nanny. Philomel is taken aback, and Alencia nonchalantly tells her that this is the woman who raised Philomel. Surely they'll be happy for each other. But the former princess sees this as one more reason to run away. Her turn to roll the dice. Philomel thinks about the fact that as a child she often saw servants playing and wanted to approach them, but was always shy. And Alencia is playing with the emperor. In the game, Philomel becomes a chambermaid, Alencia's next move. She asks if Philomel will be her chambermaid, but not in the game, but in reality. She says that there is still a lot she doesn't know, and she would like Philomel to be there to explain everything. Also, the princess is very worried about Philomel. She adds that Philomel has nowhere to go anyway, so why not stay here? But the latter was horrified. She believed that the prophecy of the novel had already changed since the emperor had offered adoption. Because of her refusal, she risked ending up like in the book, because the book Philomel also became a chambermaid. Justice sits in the study and recalls Philomel's words that although she lived as a princess in the palace, it was a living hell. That she knew of his attitude towards her when she was about 9. Philomel asked him to let her go. The emperor understood the conversation in question and apologized. He realized that everything he said now would only be an excuse. He promised to formally apologize later and let Philomel think about adopting the food once. He gave her a year. He would not hold her back if Philomel wanted to leave, but would help her in any way he could. He saw that she resented it and ended up bargaining with himself for 3 months. She tried to explain that it wasn't about that. He asked her to take a break and think it over again and left. Now he blames himself for saying that. Suddenly Alencia bursts into his office, dragging Philomel with her, and shouts that Papa will allow anything if he asks. Philomel says for the 100th time that she doesn't want to, but feels like she's talking to a wall. Alencia asks to leave everything to her, as if Philomel is just afraid of something. Eustace tells her that he asked her to knock before he came in. She asks what they are doing together. Alencia fervently asks, interrupting Philomel, to be allowed to make her maid. Then she would not have to leave the palace, and the work would be easy. Eustace asks if Philomel has agreed to this. Alencia confusedly replies that she has not, but if he allows it, she will. The emperor says that Philomel should not be forced to work as a servant against her will. He reminds his daughter that she is now a princess and cannot come to him with such foolish requests. Alencia has tears in her eyes and says she was just sorry for Philomel. Eustace orders her to stop crying and tells her that it is not him to apologize to. Philomel raises her hand and says it's all right. Alencia was just very worried about Philomel and therefore made a mistake. She is glad that the emperor does not listen to her daughter's every request. Eustace says Alencia doesn't have to worry. If he takes Philomel down to the family registry, she can stay. Alencia asks if that means adoption. Eustace replies that yes, but only if Philomel agrees. He tells the girls to go to bed as it is late. Alencia says excitedly that she and Philomel can be sisters, and apologizes for not thinking of it herself. She presses her hand to her breast and expresses her hope for friendship. Then Alencia turns to her father as if to say something and asks him to bend closer. Suddenly she kisses him sharply on the cheek and sweetly says goodnight. She walks out solemnly, and Eustace says that he's never gotten used to this girl's sense of distance. Philomel is surprised that he didn't react as subdued as he did in the novel. She tries to talk to Justice about the family register, but he interrupts her, saying that her old room is ready, Philomel can stay there, and he has to leave. He gets up from the table and leaves without letting her say a word. Later, Dels runs into Philomel's room, very happy to see her alive and well. The Countess asks where the girl has been all this time, complaining that Philomel has not said a word to her about her escape, even though they have spent so much time together. Dels cradles Philomel in a motherly way. She says it's enough that Philomel is back because Dels was so worried about her. When they hear a sound outside the window, Dell decides to check it out. It sounds like a cat. She opens the window, and a fluffy snow-white cat with golden eyes sneaks into the room. Dells looks at the cat in amazement and says that she has never seen such food, silver. Philomel strokes it and says she doesn't know how it got here, but the cat seems smart. He adds that he's not afraid of people, so he's domestic. Dells replies that if the cat has an owner, he must have gone out of his way to look for him. The Countess suggests leaving the cat here until its owner shows up. Philomel would like that too, but she doesn't know how soon you'll be leaving again. Dellis did not expect this answer. She asks why Philomel doesn't just stay, but Philomel replies that she is no longer a princess, so she can't. Although Imperato offered her adoption, Philomel refused, and he gave her 3 months to think about it. Dells eagerly tells her to accept the offer. The Emperor, after all, was so desperate to find her. She realizes she's overstepping her bounds and apologizes, but it's up to Philomel to decide. Philomel replies with a smile that she understands that Dell is just worried about her. She repeats to herself that the Emperor was desperate to find her. She asks if Dellas needs to rest too, but she replies that she brought her knitting with her to be with Philomel. The cat is watching them, squinting his golden eyes. Later, the cat sleeps curled up by the fire, and Philomel lies in bed thinking. Her mind is a mess. The divergence from the book and the uncertain future, the meeting with her real father, and Justice and Alencia. Philomel doesn't know how to behave with both of them. Della sees that the girl is awake and asks what is bothering her. She honestly replies that she just has a lot on her mind. Philomel tells Dell that she is not going anywhere, so the Countess can go rest, but Dell replies that she wants to stay with Philomel until she falls asleep. She says she's not likely to be able to help. Tangible help, but she can listen to Philomel if she needs to talk. They say it's easier on the heart when you get it out. Philomel doesn't think she can tell her most of her thoughts. She asks the Countess if something happened between the Emperor and Alencia. Their relationship seems a little awkward. Della replies that it is natural, even though they are father and daughter, but they only met a few days ago. Philomel assumes that they must have some connection since they are blood relatives. The sleeping cat opened one eye at the same time. Dell calls her Lady Philomel and talks about her daughter. Philomel remembers that she studied abroad and has only recently returned. Dells tells her that as a child, her daughter said she would marry Papa, but now they are quite cold to each other. The Countess suspects that they don't even talk without her. Dell believes that parent-child relationships are similar to relationships in principle. Only by investing time and effort can a healthy bond be maintained. The same goes for Philomel and her father and Alencia. Philomel thinks that in the book they were very close from the first time they met. And that's exactly the connection Philomel couldn't get. No matter how much she wanted to, she didn't feel a kinship with Eustace. Nor did Catherine and Le Guin give her that. It's the same with Eustace. His father, the past emperor, was an unfeeling man who made his own children compete. According to the novel, before Isabella, Justice had no feelings for anyone at all. That's why, Philomel thinks, she didn't believe his words that he considered her his daughter. Maybe he confused the terms beloved and obedient. She recalls that it really did seem every day that she was on the edge of a cliff. There was no one to rely on. The ground felt like it was about to open up under her feet. So she never opened her heart. But at the time, she thought she was being good at pretending. She'd put on a mask and put on her emotions, because once those feelings broke through, she couldn't stop them. Ever since she'd grown up, she'd never once thought of Justice as a father. Strangely, she somehow feels better as she comes to terms with the loss of 7 years of labour. Why then her mind is in such chaos, Philomel doesn't understand and can't hold back her tears. Dell sells the vote again. She suggests that Philomel stay at their house if she needs to leave the palace so badly. Philomel asks what about her job, but the Countess replies that without a lady in the palace she will quit too. Philomel asks why she won't stay on as Alencia's chambermaid, to which Dells laughingly replies that she is the wrong person to change the man she serves. She asks Philomel for one promise. Let her say a few words to Dells when she's about to leave again. Philomel realizes that she has distanced herself from Dells for nothing, believing that she will serve Alencia, and promises her what she asks. She thinks of Nazar, from whom she has also deliberately distanced herself. Finally, she falls asleep. Deli leaves, and the cat turns to Le Guin in his moonshine. He comes to the bed and wakes Philomel, saying that he has come for her. He recalls Rexian's words to him about sitting quietly until his brothers arrived. He decides that no one is keeping Philomel locked up, so why wake her up? He thought he would realise something when he saw his daughter again, but he can't understand the feeling that has arisen. Le Guin is very uncomfortable with this feeling. When he only lived with boys, this never happened. Maybe it's because Phil is different, because she really has almost no magic in her. Although having a Stellian doesn't affect the character, his presence only proves the kinship. But Le Guin is surprised that she's angry that he didn't remember her mother. He had never worried about such a thing, but it meant that normal people were afraid of him. He, on the other hand, took a while to adopt the behaviours and facial expressions of normal people. He could see the fear in their eyes, but it had been there before a Stellian came along. When he was a boy, he had been thrown out of his job at an inn for hitting a customer. The landlady yelled at him for a long time, and Le Guin couldn't understand why the visitor had started it first, why he couldn't hit back. He asks the landlady if she fears revenge from the visitor, but Le Guin has already told her that he is just a liar and a bum. He thoughtfully tells the astonished landlady that he should have brought his attacker to such a state that he could never come here again. He reasons that although Le Guin's physique is inferior to the debauchery, he can target vital organs. The landlady tells Le Guin that he gives Le Guin goosebumps and that he dare not show his face again. The boy wondered why everyone looked at him as something inexplicable. This happened more than once before he was able to realise that he was different from them. And Phil, by comparison, showed no fear of him. She's his daughter, and it seemed to him that their relationship wouldn't be something important, because his research had revealed that blood ties were only something special for ordinary people. No matter what kind of person, even if it was just remotely similar, the other would understand and support him. His sons didn't think Le Guin was special and didn't need him, but Phil is different from them. Perhaps things would have turned out differently if she had been raised in a magical tower. For now, he would just observe as Rexian had instructed. In the morning, the cat is awakened by loud screams. It is Nanny who is indignant that Philomel dares to show up at the castle when she's already just a motherless imposter. She shouts that she is not to be charmed like His Majesty. Let her get out immediately. Elencia asks Nanny to calm down, and Philomel calmly replies that she's going to leave anyway, so there's no need to make noise. But Nanny yells that because of her and her mother, the poor princess still didn't know her father. Elencia, on the other hand, says it's all right, trying again and again to quiet the Nanny. Dell appears, and blocking Philomel's view, sharply cuts off the Nanny's scolding. Philomel is sad that the woman who took care of her as a child is now behaving like this. She feels like she's going to wreak havoc everywhere now. The Nanny continues screaming already at the Countess, but then something flashed, and the Nanny fell to the floor screaming that something had happened to her back. She looks angrily at Philomel and says she was the one who pushed her. Dell tells her not to blame an innocent person since she fell herself. Nanny asks Elencia for support, but she only tries to help her up. Nanny can't, she has hurt her back. Elencia goes to call the servants, and Philomel turns to see the cat, who is noisily stretching. It seems to her as if the cat is incredibly pleased about something. The servants come running in and try to get the old woman to her feet. The Nanny grumbles and says it's not fair, because Philomel should be in the dungeon like her mother. Philomel is stunned, so Catherine is here, alive. Pollen comes in and apologises for the scene. Dells asks what he was even thinking when he hired the mean old woman back. The Count says that he hopes she is remorseful, but that he is now responsible for the scandal. Dells asks if he will kick her out now. He replies that he will not delay. Philomel volunteers to go with him and tells Dellas to return. She does not want to, but Nanny will continue to insult the lady. But Philomel replies that Nanny will not sit silent, so it is better not to be idle either. The cat meows and looks in her direction. Philomel sees that he wants to go with them, but asks him to stay. The cat looks at her scornfully, and Philomel laughs, for cats do not understand human speech. But then the cat obediently went back and lay down on his pillow. Dell says that it is indeed a very smart cat. Pollen asks when Philomel had time to get a cat. She says she's just waiting for a real owner. She can't let him outside, it's cold out there. Pollen replies that she has a good heart. Graffy saw where Elencia and Nanny went. He's taking Philomel out. And Philomel thinks, looking at the cat, that if the owner does not show up before she leaves, She will keep the fluffy cat. Nanny is lying in her room. Alencia is on the bed grumbling that you can't tell her to leave. She's so sick. Pollen says reasonably that she should have thought twice when she was given a second chance. The Emperor will go beyond banishment after hearing of today's scandal. Nanny doesn't believe it, but Pollen says he'll go to justice with a report, at least now. He orders her to apologise to Philomel, and the latter is surprised that Alencia gave her room and even her bed to the old nanny. Suddenly, Nanny tells Philomel that she was wrong and apologises. Philomel expected the old woman to persist, but Alencia says that she feels sorry for the nurse. She has hurt her back and can't walk at all, and she is being thrown out of the palace. Let her stay until her back heals. She asks Philomel to forgive the nurse, and Alencia herself will speak to the Emperor. Pollen says this is unacceptable, but Alencia interrupts him, saying she was addressing Philomel. The Count needs to be quiet, for it was not he who was hurt by the nanny. Philomel senses a change in the atmosphere in the room. She realises that it is now herself, not Pollen, who is kicking out the nanny. She then becomes the rogue who caused the scandal and kicked out the sick man. She doesn't care about her reputation as she herself is about to disappear, but still says let it be as the princess wants it to be. She tells Alencia that Nanny will stay until her back heals, but asks for something in return. Philomel asks the nanny if she remembers when the girl broke her leg when she was 8 years old. The nanny nursed her back then. The nanny readily replies that yes, she did, spoon-feeding her and carrying her on her back. Philomel thinks she has had to listen to an incredible amount of reproach during this time. She suggests with a smile that Alencia take care of Nanny the way she once took care of Philomel. After all, Nanny doesn't need to move to verbally admonish the princess. The princess has much to learn about the palace, and the bed is wide so they can sleep together, like Nanny and Philomel. Alencia is nervous, but Nanny says it's a good idea. She raised Isabella too. Philomel listens to their negotiations with a smile. Alencia thinks the nanny should just rest, but says so saying that she would like to help the princess. Philomel is glad that this way the nanny will at least stick with Alencia. The kind princess won't deny her that. The nanny whines that the poor old woman is so useless that she will be thrown out on the street as soon as her sore back heals. Alencia has to agree to the arrangement. While she praises Alencia's noble blood, Philomel and Pollen leave the room. Philomel thinks that the princess has not yet experienced enough to deliver her faith in men. She herself soon kicks the old woman out, tired of her reproaches and whining. Pollen tells Philomel that he admires her kindness, but he fears that she has taken on a role that is fraught with consequences. Philomel says it's okay. Nanny will always be in that room and they won't cross paths. She adds that she is no longer a princess. Pollen cautiously talks about the family registry. Philomel replies that she has refused the Emperor's offer. The Count cries out why she did it. Philomel thinks she can't tell him the real reason, but says aloud that there have never been such cases in the Empire, so it's not nothing no matter what the Emperor says. The nobles won't like it. Philomel realises that this is just an excuse. Admission to the imperial family was usually for political motives. Someone from a collateral branch was admitted when there was no direct heir or to procure a child for a political marriage to another country. They were all children of aristocratic families. Philomel is a commoner and that's the main problem. If Eustace isn't ready for such reforms, he won't go all the way. Pollen objected. The 7th Emperor adopted the daughter of a servant who died in defence of His Majesty, though she was motherless. So Philomel may well have that opportunity. Philomel thought for a moment. That was 800 years ago, and he didn't become emperor until after his death. She tells Pollen that when he was alive he had no opponents because of his position. Pollen says this is a positive example, but Philomel doesn't consider it an argument, even though he spent 3 nights looking for him. Philomel is surprised, and Pollen tells her that the Emperor has ordered some kind of precedent to be found or made up. Pollen hasn't seen his little daughter in 5 days. He hasn't even had a chance. Philomel thinks the Emperor is overreacting. Philomel decides to hurry to have a word with Eustace, but first she has something to do. She asks Pollen for permission to meet Catherine. In the dungeon, Catherine thinks she will die like this. The Emperor will never pardon her and will even execute her more mercilessly than others. She is almost resigned to her fate, for this is the punishment for her sins. She remembers Isabella and what happened 29 years ago in a small village near Mount Pallas. They were both 8 years old when Catherine met the little daughter of the owner of the place. She says a polite hello to Isabella, and the latter shamelessly dashes off to introduce herself to Catherine. She immediately apologizes for the slight, but explains that there are no children in their backwoods for her to play with. Catherine thinks that from the very beginning, Isabella seemed to her an unusual girl. Despite their difference in status, or perhaps because of it, they were able to become friends. But once the young Emperor Justice arrives at Isabella's estate, the girl's relationship begins to fray at the seams. Isabella informs her that she is going to marry the man. Isabella would soon be leaving this place. Catherine congratulated her wholeheartedly. Catherine knew this would be the case. The two suited each other in every way, unlike the commoner Catherine. Isabella is worried. After all, Eustace is the emperor. She thought it was a given on her part. Catherine remembers the look on Justice's face when he saw Isabella. He was no match for the cruel tyrant in the rumours, and it was Catherine who fell in love with him first. She pulls herself away. She should be happy for her friend. Suddenly, Isabella suggests she go away with them. Catherine's father is delighted. She will make their family famous by becoming a maid of honour. But her brother William says she and Isabella are not friends at all. Catherine thinks she's always been a thorn in his side. I'm sure he's glad she's leaving soon, and William snidely tells her to ask Her Majesty to find a husband for Catherine too. Her father says that because of all this, their Hound Trade Guild will raise their status, that he's very proud of his daughter. And she doesn't understand, since when it's not flattering to hear him say that. Her father, a merchant putting profit first, and a brother who controls her for fear of losing what's his. And Isabella simply says she doesn't want to part with Catherine. Catherine laughingly replies that there is nothing to be proud of, bids him an easy farewell, and thinks that she will be happier with her friend by her side. Their happiness didn't last long, though life was comfortable, thanks to the kind Isabella. She asks Catherine to speak to her as a friend when they are alone together. Catherine got more than a mere servant girl by going for walks with the Empress. These were the terms Justice had accepted for the sake of his wife's happiness. But forgetting that it was only an act of mercy, Catherine dared to lay her eyes on what she could not even look at. She was thinking of becoming the Emperor's concubine, if possible. Besides, his mother was rumoured to be a commoner, which was an added advantage. She wasn't going to take the place of the Empress. She just wanted to get some of his love. She wanted to be loved by the people she cared about. And so she came and told the Emperor about it. Of course, the traitorous friend received in return only the anger and contempt of Justice. He threw her out, frightening her with the death penalty. Catherine ran through the forest, wondering how she could make things right, how she could beg her friend's forgiveness. She had nowhere to go. Her father and brother would kill her in anger. She noticed the huge wolves behind her. Katrina had never known they were so huge before. She braced herself for death. A white-haired man suddenly appeared beside her and asked her wryly if she wanted to die. With a single kick of his foot, he took out several wolves. He, as if by accident, told Catherine that he had come to the noise and wondered why she had thought of running away. He immediately took back what he had said, saying that he was not interested and that he should stand still. Le Guin says that salvation will become meaningless if he touches her now, and with a couple swings of his hands, he draws golden circles in the air. The circles fly up over the remaining pack, and then the beam from there hits the wolves so that they fly apart. Catherine tries in vain to figure out what's going on. She later learns that it is the master of the magic tower. She asks him what he is doing in the middle of nowhere. Le Guin replies that there is much work to be done in the tower, and he has come out here to get some air. He assures her that this is not idleness, but a necessary vacation. Catherine doesn't know how to thank him for saving her. He says she shouldn't, but if she really appreciates it, he has a suggestion. He doesn't insist, though. He tells her, smirking, that he's just now recruiting women to bear him children. The more candidates, the better. Catherine comes to her father, and he yells at her that she couldn't quit her position as chambermaid. Catherine sadly replies that she couldn't be there anymore. Her father asks for at least a reason, but William intervenes and says she's done something wrong since she ran away after a few months and is now rambling. He threatens her, telling her that Catherine may not tell, but she will regret it if their family suffers because of it. As he leaves, he calls her a gutless wastrel and is annoyed that the Empress didn't get any use out of her in the end. And so the day she came home was bombarded with a barrage of threats and insults. But shame was replaced by self-loathing and a thirst for recognition. As useless as she was, she could have a child with an outstanding mage and become a valuable person. She ventures into the tower for experiments. A magician there tells her that she must not tell anyone about it and must stay in the tower until the end of the experiment. Catherine replies that she is here in secret from her family. The mage says there is nothing to be done, but any change will require her to return to the tower immediately. He hands her a vial of golden liquid. Catherine thinks that she, a weakling, has decided to use her child to become significant. But even if her child becomes a great magician, she will remain just as weak and insignificant. But she realizes this too late. To make matters worse, her father found out that she was carrying a child by an unknown man and abandoned her, leaving for the capital. From that day on, she was banished from the Hound family. The day of the birth was approaching. Isabella, also in labour, came home and greets Catherine cheerfully. She had been told that Catherine had left for personal reasons, so she was surprised to see her here. When asked what she is doing here, Isabella replies that she is homesick. Catherine wonders what went wrong, since she was the one who dragged the gentle Isabella around and helped her get to know people. And now the Empress has everything Catherine craved. The Emperor even has a bunch of people assigned to her, so worried. Looking at her, Catherine feels more insignificant than ever. Catherine was the first to give birth. Isabella rushed to congratulate her, but immediately collapsed on the floor in labour. Catherine had to step into her bed, but luckily the baby was born healthy. But Isabella fell ill, and even the most powerful healers and magicians could not help her. When her friend died, Catherine was faced with 2 newborn girls who looked like all babies. After a while, she went to a small village far away, living off the money from the experiment. Rumours reached her that the Emperor had ordered the execution of all those who could not save his wife, and that the princess was named Philomel, though the Empress wanted to call her Elencia. However, the Empress's daughter is indeed called Elencia. She grew up the sweetest and most obedient child, but she looked more and more like her mother. The older she got, the heavier the guilt became on Catherine's heart. She was tormented by hallucinations, nightmares, and insomnia. She would lash out at her daughter, who wanted to help, and ask her to leave so she wouldn't have to see her face. Catherine broke the vase in a frenzy, and the girl is now picking up the shards. She tells her mother that she may hate her, but Elencia doesn't want her mother to get hurt. She doesn't know the reason for her self-hatred, but she promises her mother that she will try harder. On this day, Catherine realized that this child is not Isabella. It is simply an evil beyond evil, infinitely kind child that Catherine does not deserve. She falls to her knees and begs Elencia's forgiveness. Catherine doesn't know if she, useless trash, can beg her daughter's forgiveness. But then Catherine remembers one day a few months ago when Elencia suddenly began to behave strangely. She decides that it doesn't matter now. Catherine will die soon anyway. Her only regret is Philomel. After all, she always thought that this girl was living happily ever after. She hears footsteps and calls out to Ellen in hope. But Philomel comes out to her and apologizes that she is not the one Catherine expects. Philomel has come to see if something has changed because of her action bringing the future closer. But when she hears Ellen's name, she realizes that until the very end, Catherine's daughter will be Elencia. Catherine reaches through the bars and touches Philomel's cheek. She asks anxiously if Philomel has been captured too, if she is all right. She mumbles that she is so happy to see Philomel that she was very worried. Philomel steps back abruptly and tells Catherine to stop worrying. It is too late, but she says again that she is glad to see her. She has read that no one else will come to see her but Ellen. Philomel orders herself to calm down. She doesn't understand what the feeling is, but it doesn't matter anymore. Catherine says that she can only humbly ask for forgiveness, but that this sin before her can never be washed away. Philomel thinks that the only reason Catherine is alive is because Elencia asked her to. She tells her mother that Elencia has given her this time to live a little longer, so let Catherine use it wisely. Philomel says that she is going to leave the palace and live where no one knows her. She says goodbye to her mother and leaves, wishing her peace in her last moments. Catherine shouts that Philomel has not left. She asks her to stay with her for a while. Philomel thinks of her as the woman who gave birth to her but never became a mother, but she dares to ask Philomel for something else. She turns to Catherine and says angrily that Elencia is doing well, playing dice with her father, and her mother's nanny taking care of her. She is living beautifully in a palace, incomparable to that shabby little house, enjoying what is hers by right, and so she will now live forever. Suddenly, Philomel realizes that not only has Alencia not visited her mother, but she has not seemed concerned about her fate. Catherine replies with a sigh that this is not what she wanted to hear. She cautiously asks if Ellen seems unusual. Philomel doesn't know what unusual means. They've only known each other for a short time. Catherine tells her that Ellen changed a lot a few months ago. All mannerisms, intonations and gait have changed, right down to her tastes in food. Suddenly she laughs morbidly. Ellen can't have become a different person. It's obvious it's Catherine who has gotten something off her head from this place. Philomel sees that Catherine is afraid of something and tells her to leave. If anyone sees her near the prisoner, they will think they are in cahoots. She sincerely thanks Philomel for the visit. In her room, Philomel wonders if she should believe Catherine. But there is no point in her making it up, and the novel says that Catherine is not a villain. Philomel begs herself to forget about this stupid blood relation and come to her senses. But it is absurd to take Catherine's word for it. Everyone knows that Alencia is a very good person. Suddenly she realizes that she only thinks Alencia is good because the book says so. There were many inconsistencies in the novel. It was written in the first person, on behalf of Alencia, in fiction. The book was lying in the garden, as if it had been found on purpose. Philomel could not help believing the book, the events of which were coming true before her eyes, and the food not burning in the fire. But now she wondered if she could trust Princess Alencia. That she is not the Emperor's daughter turns out to be true, Le Guin's experiment too, but she senses that something doesn't add up. Philomel decides she needs to retrieve the book from Angelium to make sure it's not a real prophecy. Eustace must let her go, albeit with guards, if she agreed to stay with him for 3 months. Philomel is dizzy with exertion. Le Guin is beside her, gently supporting her. At this time, her brothers arrive along with Nazar. They are sold at the gate. The Duke thanks them for taking him along. He wants to reward them and asks them to introduce themselves. Rexian and Cardin give their names in a friendly manner, but Jeremy remains silent. He replies to Nazar's puzzlement that he doesn't need to know his name. They'll never meet again anyway. Nazar says he has no reason to be so coy. Jeremy hisses to his brothers that he doesn't like the guy. Rexian tells the Duke that they only took him afterward, that they had a matching destination, so don't let him worry. The brothers leave. Nazar was lucky enough to meet some wizards in the tower who have movement magic, which is why he made it to the capital so quickly. He wonders if Philomel is all right. But the problem is that he hasn't applied to enter the palace. There's nothing left for him to do but try to sneak in that way and mentally pray to Philomel that she turns out okay. Philomel, meanwhile, looks at her father in bewilderment and then recoils, shouting that the palace cannot be entered by magic. Smiling boastfully, he says that no obstacle is too big for him. Besides, they were together all the time. Philomel is indignant, but he explains that he waited where she told him to and points to the cat cushion. It slowly dawns on Philomel that that silver cat was Le Guin. She doesn't believe it, but he offers to show the transformation and immediately turns into a cat. He says he would have shown himself to her sooner, but there was this woman here all the time, the Countess, and then Philomel Crepico was asleep. There were other moments, but she was in places with full energy. He didn't want to go there. Philomel picks up a pillow and throws it at Le Guin, screaming at him to leave immediately. She's furious at his deception. She wanted to take care of this kitty after all. Le Guin laughs and tells her to calm down. Philomel continues to scream, and he tells her that it's no use throwing things at him. They won't hit him anyway. After calming down, they sit together on the couch, at a decent distance. Le Guin asks why she is so far away from him, but Philomel says she doesn't want to be closer. When asked what's wrong, she replies that she's just not in the mood. Le Guin doesn't understand what's wrong. Maybe she doesn't like cats, but they're cute. Philomel replies that she likes them when they are real. He asks if something cute on the outside necessarily has to be cute on the inside as well, calling her standards weird. She thinks it's even harder for her to understand this shameless man's standards. Where is it that a grown man, even the master of a magical tower, would pretend to be a cat, pawing and meowing to be petted? Philomel is only glad she knew the truth about him before she started bathing him, dressing him up and squeezing him. Le Guin grimly promises to give Rexion, who advised him to turn himself into a cat. Philomel asks why he has come at all. He replies nonchalantly that he has come to pick up his daughter. Philomel doesn't understand what this means, and Le Guin scoots closer and gallantly offers her to return to the tower together. She does not understand his current actions. He says that at first he just needed to see her again. He thought he would realize something by looking at her face. Philomel asks if he understood. He says not yet. She assumes he feels guilty about it. Le Guin ponders. He has never felt that way about anyone. She asks why he would ask for forgiveness then. Le Guin replies that it's just the way things are. He just did what everyone else did. Now she realized what Rexion meant when he said he only had half the emotions. Even if Le Guin raised the child properly, he would still be different from other parents. Family attachment was inherently unsuitable for him. He asks Philomel again if she will go with him to the tower. She answers vaguely, but thinks she would like to start a new life. But not in the tower, but in a place no one knows about. Le Guin holds out her hand invitingly and says they can leave now. Philomel has made up her mind. She takes the book and sells him her hand in return. But then she remembers her promise to say goodbye to the Countess before leaving, and Pollen confesses to her that he is ready to serve her regardless of her status. She pulls herself away. She needs to leave before Le Guin changes her mind. She hesitates, remembering her mother's words about Ellen. Le Guin is still standing with his hand outstretched. He tells Philomel that he has watched her, albeit briefly, but has had time to see her suffering. He fully understands her feelings. Philomel is surprised that he understands what she herself has not understood. But then Le Guin says with a radiant smile that she wants to send everyone away. He couldn't live in the midst of all this misery either, and he and his daughter were alike in that. In that case, he'll help her with her revenge and wait here for now. Philomel asks if he doesn't have a job at the Magic Tower. He says he doesn't work much, only giving orders to others. Le Guin asks her to remember that the most important thing in life is to work little and earn a lot. Here he remembers to eat one reason to linger. He tells Philomel that he doesn't want to miss her. There's a knock at the door. She tells him to hide, or better yet, to turn into a cat. The door opens and Philomel, with her cat in her arms, sees Nazar. He looks at her tenderly and says he is glad she is all right. Later, over tea, Nazar admits that he was very worried about Philomel. Philomel is uncomfortable, thinking that she clearly exaggerated when she said that death awaited her in the palace. He asks how she is feeling. He was really scared by her fainting. She says she is fine, but she is tense from his groping gaze. Philomel asks how he got here so quickly, apparently travelling magic. Nazar replies that yes, he went to the Magic Tower for these. Philomel is surprised that the tower is not closed. He says he was going to pass through there using the name Abraden, but met a group of wizards who were on their way to the capital and arrived with them. It turns out that 2 of the court wizards quit suddenly yesterday morning, so Nazar's companions will replace them. Philomel is surprised. The palace is so nice. No one usually quits on their own. Nazar added that there were 3 wizards with him, so there was no work left for one. There is an awkward pause. Philomel thinks what to do. She is no longer a princess or Nazar's fiancé. They used to talk about all sorts of interesting events, but now all she has to do is be herself. But she doesn't know how to do that yet. After all her life she strived to become the one whose weaknesses no one would discover, and her main goal was to escape. The weak and vulnerable Philomel was hiding under the mask. But now that the mask is off, she can't remember the face underneath. Nazar points to the cat and says he didn't know about it. Philomel doesn't know what he's talking about at first, but then she sees Le Guin, who has somehow managed to sneak into the waiting room after her. Philomel sternly tells him to get out, yelling to himself that this is an invasion of privacy. The cat leaves, and Nazar is surprised that the animal understood everything, just like a human. Philomel thinks he's a man, and the cat turns unhappily on the Duke. Philomel tells Nazar to drink his tea before it gets cold. He obeys, and she suddenly tells him to freeze. Philomel quickly walks over and bends over the bewildered Nazar, pulling something out of his hair. He says Nazar can lift his head and shows him a leaf stuck in his hair. He says he was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to clean himself up. Philomel says with a laugh that she thought Nazar was perfect, but here is the other side revealed. The Duke is very embarrassed. He usually watches himself. He asks Philomel with horror if he smells. After all, he has travelled half a day on horseback. He gets up abruptly and is about to leave, promising that he will contact her soon for another meeting. Nazar asks Philomel to wait for his return. She promises this with a smile, but she thinks that he actually smelled like fresh grass. Nazar peeks through the door again and timidly asks if she will leave again until they see each other. Philomel stoicizes, but replies that she has no intention of leaving until he returns. He bids her farewell with a glowing look. Philomel thinks Le Guin said until the book arrives. She can't leave anyway. She's surprised that Nazar came to the palace so soon just to see her, and it was Nazar who travelled this far to look for her. Must have been tortured. Philomel then looks at the cups on the table and thinks about putting them away. She looks out into the hallway and sees Emily, the maid, running away. Philomel stops her and asks what she's doing here. The maid hesitates, but Philomel keeps up until someone else calls out to Emily. They both turn around and see Alencia. She wonders if Nazar has already left, but she sees an angry Philomel and stops. Alencia innocently greets Philomel and asks where Nazar is. Philomel deliberately sternly replies that the younger Duke of Aberdeen has already left. Ellen is very sorry. Philomel asks if the princess has an appointment with the Duke. Alencia replies in a childishly simple way that she had heard about Duke Aberdeen's handsome son and she wanted to see him. Philomel realizes that you haven't had an official meeting yet. She points to Emily and asks if she is the princess's maid. Alencia replies that yes, she saw the Duke and relayed it to Alencia through another maid. Philomel says that Alencia could have just invited Nazar to meet her, since she wanted to meet him so badly. Alencia replies with a smile that it would be awkward and strange to call someone like that. Philomel realizes that Alencia wanted to meet Nazar outside. The meeting of the protagonists should go naturally. She tells herself to stop thinking of everything as the plot of that book. Alencia asks if Nazar and Philomel were close, and Philomel replies that he was simply her fiancé of convenience. She wonders to herself why the princess cares about their relationship. She asks Ellen not to worry, as the engagement has been broken off. The princess says she has no reason to worry, but she adds that she is still jealous of Philomel. There are no servants behind her back, though of course the princess is grateful because it's all for the crown. But she is so uncomfortable with having everything done for her. She tells Philomel that being a princess probably made her very uncomfortable. Alencia continues that it's probably because there was no one to care for her where she grew up. She says goodbye and says she'll make an appointment with Nazar later. She calls Emily over. Philomel looks after them and realizes that she has just been ignored. If this had happened before Catherine's story, she would not have noticed it. But now she decides to reread Alencia's description in the novel as soon as she returns the book. Philomel comes to the Emperor's garden. No one ever comes here. There's no better place to be. Justice ordered the garden to be changed because he was bored, and this is also where Elos's banishment took place. Good thing she's still allowed here, even though she's not a princess. She tells the cat next to her that he can become human. There is no one around. But the cat doesn't want to, and Philomel realizes she's a garden stranger. She sees a shadow, and a second later, Jeremy is standing in front of them. He tells his father that the old stump is being stubborn. He saw it was one of the brothers. Philomel recognizes him and excitedly yells that he's the man who caught the thief. Jeremy says she is the headless minnow. Le Guin turns to the man and says that since Jeremy calls him an old man, he's even more hopeless. Jeremy asks him not to be a father because he doesn't even remember how many days his son wasn't in the tower the last time. His father offhandedly says a week, and Jeremy replies that it's 3 months, so don't let Le Guin pretend to care. He replies that he's not old enough to be called an old man yet. They both laugh, and Jeremy says that the older he gets, the more he denies age. Le Guin punishes him by locking him in a dark room for 8 hours. Let him go to the bathroom beforehand. Philomel asks them to stop. They don't hear and are already starting to conjure against each other. Philomel has to shout again. She demands that they explain what is happening. Sitting at the table, she figures out the white-haired guy's name, and that he's Le Guin's kid too. Jeremy sighs, saying he doesn't want to admit it, but it's true. His father says he doesn't want to either. Let Jeremy keep quiet about whose son he is. Jeremy says he wouldn't tell anyone for any money. Philomel stops them again. She looks at them and thinks that outwardly they are identical. but the relationship doesn't seem to be working out. She asks how Jeremy got into the castle. There are guards everywhere. He replies that he just climbed over the wall and the guards are so bad. Philomel asks Le Guin if it was Jeremy he didn't want to miss, and he agrees. He asks his son where the others are. Jeremy replies that they went to some meeting, but then Rexion and Cardin walk in, saying that the meeting was only formal and is already over. He greets Phil warmly, saying that it's only been a couple of days, but it feels like 100 years. Philomel is very happy to see him, and asks who it is with him. Cardin jumps up to her in a friendly manner, and rambles that he is the oldest, not counting Rexion. Of all the brothers, he is the most trustworthy, and he too is very happy to meet her. He says he has dreamed of having a little sister since he was a child. Philomel replies that she is very pleased too. She asks why the whole family has come to the palace. Rexion asks why Le Guin hasn't said anything. Jeremy replies that his father always misses the most important things. His father tells him to be quiet and to let everyone introduce themselves to Phil so she doesn't get them mixed up. Rexion formally hands her a business card and tells her that he works in the Magical Instrument Control Department. Philomel reads on the business card that he is also Le Guin's secretary. Trailing Cardin, he says he wishes she would call him brother. Jeremy says he's a fool and needs to represent himself, not his desires. Cardin says he is the second of the brothers and that pompous turkey is Jeremy and points his finger at the younger one. He says that Jeremy's character is so-so, but if you get to know him better, you can see the kindness. Jeremy steps on Cardin's foot at this point and calls his own name, Philomel. She laughingly asks how they got here. Rexion says calmly through the wall. Philomel mentally shuddered, for trespassing in the Emperor's garden could cost you your head. Rexion adds that officially they had come to become court wizards. They had planned to apply in formation, but Jeremy declined. Junior, on the other hand, says he didn't want to come at all. He was lured away by an emergency. Cardin yells that they got a sissy, that's the emergency. He even gave up his quest for the wyvern for the sake of it. But Cardin is not the least bit sorry. Le Guin asks someone to silence the loud Cardin. Rexion says that's impossible, that's why they made the tower soundproof. But Le Guin reaches out and suddenly Cardin is entangled in golden ropes. Cardin falls to the floor and his father is satisfied with the silence that has ensued. Le Guin asks Rexion how the interview went. He replies that he himself went through easily, but Cardin went through something. When he grabbed the interviewer by the chest, Rexion thought he was going to fail, but he was hired anyway. Court wizards are not good at people. Fortunately, the requirements for working with the communication stone are low. Jeremy says that Le Guin's reputation would fall to the ground if it became known that his son was supplying magic to the link stone. Rexion replies that she's already at the bottom, and Le Guin gathers the golden ball of magic in her hand and threateningly tells them to continue. Philomel conciliatingly congratulates the brothers on their successful enlistment, and she is delighted to meet them all here. She realises that these are Nazar's companions that he told her about. Rexion says that their goal has been accomplished after all. They became court wizards to meet with her. Philomel says they could have just asked for an audience, but Rexion says that even though they found out she was fine, there were two reasons for that decision. The first is to get her out if Philomel is held, and the second, if she wants to stay of her own free will. Then, as court wizards, they can see her. Philomel asks what they would have done if she had agreed to go to the tower right away. Rexion replies that they would have just quit the same day. Philomel is surprised at the way he talks about the dream job of many wizards. Le Guin asks Rexion if he has taken Philomel's things from the inn. He hands Philomel a bag. She looks in it and sees that the book is intact. Philomel thanks Rexion for bringing them all. Cardin mooching from the floor, Rexion says he was the one who carried them all the way. Philomel says thanks to him as well. That's when Jeremy kicks Cardin so heartily that he flies over, saying that he's too loud for a bound man. He puts his foot down on him, and Philomel tries to hold back a laugh. She realises it's not good to laugh at someone being kicked, but it's as if all the tension she's built up over the years has finally disappeared. She laughs gleefully, and Rexion and her father say they are pleased to see her joy. She is embarrassed by their reaction. Philomel is not used to it. Le Guin asks what she intends to do now, whether she will go to the tower, since all her things have been brought in. She replies that the first thing to do is to leave the palace. Rexian asks what she really wants. He says that right now she has the face of a child working on homework. They don't want to take her against her will, so let her tell them as it is. Le Guin objects that she wants to take it away. She and Rexian start a petty squabble about how he's forgotten their first meeting with Phil again. And Phil herself is thinking hard. His father says that one should only live the way one wants to live. He lives the way he wants to live, and has taught it to his children. Rexian tells Philomel that she needs to make decisions for herself, not for them, and to think hard about what she wants. He thinks how strange it is. For years she had lived to survive, and the reason for that life was this book. She has been guided by it for 7 years. Probably the book still binds Philomel in chains. But today, she saw that the book could be wrong. She hadn't recognized it before, afraid that all her efforts would be for naught. All this time, she had been running away from the truth that all her fears and pains were in vain, that it was possible to open people's hearts. But she doesn't want to run away anymore, but instead to find out everything. She wonders what this book is all about, and what truth is hidden in it. Maybe the words once addressed to Nazar actually apply to Philomel herself, not to avoid anything, but to meet face to face. She tells the plan to her brothers and father, and apologizes if it's too rambling. Jeremy comments that Le Guin always talks nonsense, and Rexian thanks her for being honest with them. He feels a similar way. Le Guin clarifies that she needs to stay in the palace to drill the plan. She says yes, her father replies that he'll stay with her then, and let the others act as they please. She looks at him warily. On the one hand, it would be easier to run away if he was around, but on the other hand, who knows? Her father gives her a sly look and says that he has already promised Philomel not to go anywhere without her. He says she'll want to go to the tower herself when she's spent more time with him. Philomel is bothered by his self-confidence. Rexian says he'll stay too, and Cardan vigorously waves his head. Philomel asks if something will happen to the tower without them. Rexian says it's fine, and Jeremy pulls up his hood and says he has to go. Le Guin says that Jeremy always messes things up, and he replies that he's seen his little sister's face and has no more business being here. Philomel tries to stop him. He turns around and tells her not to take it personally. He just doesn't like working in a group. She says she was going to ask if his nickname happens to be Ice Prince. Jeremy jumped up and yelled for her not to call him that. Rexian tries to hold back a laugh, and Philomel doesn't realise what she said. Rexion says Jeremy can't stand that nickname. He's been teased so often. He apologises, and Jeremy tells her to forget it. Rexion thinks that if he really is that Ice Prince from the novel, he could be a danger to her. In the book, Jeremy uses ice magic and calls himself the Ice Prince, the second character to fall in love with the princess. After leaving the tower and wandering through the forest, he once came across Alencia being chased by a wolf. He rescues her, such was their first meeting. In gratitude, she shows him the market, and for him, a loner, time with Alencia becomes a new experience. That day he experiences joy for the first time. One day he even told Alencia his story that his mother had hoped for Le Guin's love, but his father was not that kind of man. His mother lost hope and walked away, leaving a child who is like 2 drops of water like her favourite man. Then Alencia consoled him, saying that she was lonely like him. She understands his pain and is willing to be his friend. After these words, Jeremy fell in love. Although Alencia ended up staying with Nazar, Jeremy remained the court wizard to secretly protect his beloved from harm. It was because of him that the bookish Philomel found herself on the brink of death 3 times. Philomel thinks she sped up the events by a year or so the couple never met. But the book doesn't say anything about them being related. Jeremy's about to leave. Philomel tensely considers whether to let him go now or not. He might meet Alencia, fall in love, and become a nuisance in Philomel's affairs. He will not stay without a reason, and it is too early to tell about the book. She asks Le Guin to detain Jeremy. He easily entangles Jeremy in the same magical bonds as Cardan. A hole then forms under Jeremy, into which he falls with a deafening scream about Le Guin being a damned old man. Philomel mentally apologises to Jeremy and promises to resurrect him once he decides what to do. Le Guin asks if Philomel has to stay right in the palace. Maybe a house nearby would do. She asks what he doesn't like about the palace. Father replies that all the air here is filled with divine power. It's not pleasant. Magic and divine power contradict each other. She apologises, but Le Guin says it's okay as long as he doesn't root for that person whose divine paws over the edge. Philomel tells him that it's time to turn into a cat and go to his room, and that the rest of them should leave too, because now she has to get ready to meet that very man. So Philomel and the Emperor are sitting in his office. He says she could have thought about it, but she came quickly. She says she has thought enough and is ready to give her answer. Philomel decides that she must give up the adoption, but stay in the palace under another pretext. She will leave the palace as soon as she learns all about the book and Alencia, so she has no definite deadline. The Emperor says he must first tell her something. He apologizes to her for everything he said. He was wrong. Eustace admits that he's been callous all this time, covering for his grief and not even looking at his daughter. She may not sell him out, just let him not disappear without saying anything. He walks over to Philomel and puts his hand on her shoulder. Justice says that she is only 16, and even though he is not her real father, he is still her guardian. If she doesn't want to stay with him, he'll find a comfortable place for her. Let her just stay within his power zone. He can't express in any other way how sorry he is. Justice waits tensely for her answer, and Philomel thinks that the apology he receives will not change anything. She asks him to stop beating himself up, because it won't make her feel any better either. She admits that she once hated the Emperor, but it was natural at the time. She thinks to herself that Justice is also a victim, since Philomel is not his daughter after all. She tells him that it was also natural that he didn't love her. Justice becomes confused. He says he abandoned her even when he considered her his daughter, and that is not natural. Philomel comforts him. She was not like the Empress from the beginning. Justice must have sensed something, but he thinks it doesn't matter. Philomel says it does. It seemed quite natural then that he would not become attached to his daughter. The Emperor protests. Though he treated her badly then, he now considers her a daughter. Philomel says emphatically that he's just grown attached to her over all the years they've spent together. It's not a fatherly love. Now Alencia is around, and Eustace will understand what it's like to love a daughter. Philomel sees no problem with forgiveness or lack thereof. From the beginning, she has accustomed Justice to doing things to please him. If she forgives him now, they will return to their previous, outwardly good relationship. But if she doesn't forgive him, Justice will probably start to take revenge on her for her mother. She decides that she can't choose one, and asks Eustace to forget everything bad that happened between them and go their separate ways. This is how she is going to end her relationship with the Emperor, as she had originally planned. She says that the Countess Dels will assume the role of her guardian. Philomel adds that he can fulfill one request of hers if he really cares for her. Eustace immediately jumps up to her and says he will do anything. Philomel says she wants to live on her own, but has nowhere else to go for now, and asks permission to stay at the palace for a while. She promises to use the room allotted to her carefully. Justice agrees she can stay here as long as she wants. The Emperor says he will not give her a servant's room, but will put her in the southern palace. Philomel remembers that important guests of the Empire live there. She says that this is wrong. She is not a guest of the state. Eustace replies that although she is not his daughter, he has not forgotten that it was Philomel who found his own Alencia. Otherwise, Eustace would have lived without a daughter. So by not repaying Philomel, he will bring shame on the Belleroth family. Is that what Philomel wants? She confusedly babbles that no, and quickly agrees to the southern palace. She has a strange feeling like she's been played. She decides that the conversation is over and is about to leave. But Eustace stops her and tells her that he sees her staying here as a chance for him to prove his fatherly love to her, and he will definitely take it. Philomel walks out and freezes at the door. She has done all she can. The Emperor had better not expect her to change her mind. She searches down the hall and suddenly bumps into Alencia. She asks if Philomel has been talking to Papa. Philomel suspects that such encounters are not accidental. Out loud, she says that they discussed the adoption with the Emperor. Ellen asks in a huff if Phil is adopting, but she says she turned down the offer. Ellen says she'd like to stay with Philomel longer, but Philomel replies that the palace isn't right for her. She says that although she will not be adopted, she is staying for a while in the southern palace for the guest of honor. With a smile, Philomel says that she is glad to be with Alencia a little longer. She was worried too, after all. But in truth, Philomel can see that the princess is not happy about her presence. Ellen says that only very important guests are stopped at the southern nobles. Philomel explains that she was given it for bringing Alencia. The latter is confused and thanks her. Phil wonders if the princess will be more hurt by the food. She says she visited Catherine today. Ellen doesn't know who she's talking about at first, but then she says that her mother used a different name under Alencia. Philomel heard that Catherine only changed her last name. Alencia asks how Mama is doing. Philomel says she misses her very much and calls her daughter all the time. Alencia wrings her hands and says she wanted to see her too, but Daddy wouldn't let her. Mama must be very sick. Ellen's heart bleeds. Concerned, he asks if his mother is well. Philomel replies that she is only thin, but she said something strange, as if Alencia had become a different person at some point. Philomel thinks she felt the discrepancy herself and cannot help but believe Catherine's words. She directly demands an answer from Alencia. Ellen approaches Philomel and curtly asks what bounce she's talking about. I mean, it's impossible. And Philomel notices the strange expression on her face. Ellen says she is very worried about her mum. She's sick and delusional. We need to get her out of jail as soon as possible. Philomel cries out that it's a felony. They won't let her go. Ellen says she will go to her father. He will let her mother go if the princess asks nicely, and quickly goes to the Emperor's office. Phil tries to stop her. Justice hates Catherine so much it's weird she's even still alive. And now the kidnapped daughter will ask to be released from prison, which is tantamount to asking for Catherine's immediate execution. Phil can't let that happen. Her mother is the only one who knows anything about Ellen's secret so far. Ellen runs to her father first and asks him to let her mother go. Philomel blames herself for acting rashly. Now it is urgent to meet Catherine. Eustace asks if Ellen really wants freedom for her mother, who replies that she loves her very much, even though Eustace hates her. Philomel is shocked by this directness. Eustace asks again if Ellen is sure of what she wants. He sees Philomel and asks her what her question is. She replies that she ran after Ellen to see what's wrong. Eustace says she's right on time, have them both sit down. He has gathered all the servants in the study, including Pollen. The Count says that Nanny cannot walk, so she is not here. He tells Alencia that she will have to turn everything over to Nanny. This is her area of responsibility in her middle name. Philomel is surprised that Ellen put her middle name in for some nanny. The second name is a gift from God, given to members of the imperial family who have divine power. The first time such a name was given to a person, along with the revelation of the creation of the country, and later became the emperor who founded their state. Since then, the heirs have prayed to this god, and made the name obtained from the oracles their second name. An oath to him means that not only honor, but also the blessing of the imperial family is at stake. Violation of the oath leads to loss of divine power. Philomel was very jealous as a child of those who had a middle name, because its symbolism is very important. She constantly asked the high priest if he had received any revelations about her. But without a middle name there were no revelations, so she used the name of the first empress, Matthias. Now Philomel is angry that Ellen is throwing her name around so easily. Let her give it to Phil then. Alencia, meanwhile, asks the emperor why he has gathered the servants. He responds by granting her wish. 16 years ago, his wife gave the gift of life to a baby, giving her own, at the home of her longtime friend Catherine Hound. Catherine also had a newborn baby, and the children were mixed up that day. The emperor squeezed the armrests and added that the children were mixed up by accident. The servants argued. Alencia jumped up and spoke as if her mother had claimed on purpose. Justice coldly tells her that if it is not a mistake, Catherine will have to pay for what she has done with her life. Philomel realizes that all these people in the cabinet know that Catherine deliberately switched the children. The emperor really wants to keep Catherine alive at Alencia's request. The emperor continues that at first, Catherine did not see the mistake, but the child grew more and more like Isabella, and Catherine realized it. He meets Philomel by chance and tells her the truth. He says the rumours will soon disappear, and if they don't, the servants know what to do. Philomel had not expected this. Eustace had been merciful to the woman whose fault it was that he had not known his daughter for 16 years. At the princess's request, he had moved Catherine to more comfortable accommodations. Alencia was more discouraged than pleased, and at the end, Eustace told Philomel that he would never question her mother's transgression, so let her not worry in vain. It sounded as if Philomel was Catherine's accomplice. The maids are pleased that Philomel is staying at the castle, and Dell defers the invitation to his estate with a smile. Philomel promises to be sure to come. Dell says she needs to pack her things for the move to the South Palace as early as tomorrow. Phil intends to take some with her. She borrowed most of her things from Elencia, and now she has to return them. Now there will be at least something not related to the princess. She turns to her maids and Dells. She thanks them for their work, but tells them that they will not serve her in the Southern Palace. Now she will do everything herself as best she can. She explains to Dells that she's not a princess now, just a guest. They will do exactly the same thing they do for all guests in the Southern Palace. Delis says that guests usually have their own servants. Maybe Philomel wants to hire someone, but the woman replies that she doesn't. She thinks that while she has the chance, she will learn the basic things to survive on her own. After all, it wasn't until she escaped that she realized how ill-equipped she was to live without servants. She was cheated at the market. She was almost robbed. She didn't even know where to spend the night. A passerby helped her. The maids are worried. The palace is huge, and it will take all day just to clean it. Philomel explains that she'll clean as little as possible. Besides, she's not giving up all the servants, she just won't hire personal ones. If she can't handle it at all, call them. The maids readily agree. Dell asks how she will be since Philomel no longer needs her. She replies that now the Countess will be able to go to her estate, spend time with her family and rest. And when she returns, they will be friends. Philomel adds that she is no longer a princess. The number of audiences will decrease and she will be lonely. So Dells will have to visit her more often. A relieved Dell promises her with a smile that she will. Philomel says she wants to have dinner with all of them tonight. The maids are embarrassed, and Phil naively asks if it's wrong. She says, if the princess will allow it, but they're just maids. Dell tells them it will be as Lady Philomel wishes. The maids scurry off to get things ready quickly. Philomel whispers to the cat that she will put the food away for him. Philomel was afraid that the palace would be as uncomfortable as it was before she escaped, but things have gotten better. Besides, she can't leave because of her promise to Nazar. She thinks he must have just returned to his estate. But it turns out that Nazar has been temporarily banned from entering the palace for trespassing. He is angry because he promised Philomel he would come soon. If he had realized his feelings earlier, the relationship would have been different. As a child, he was an outstanding boy. His father often praised him. Nazar liked it and tried harder, but the more he tried, the more things he had to do, and his father's expectations only grew. The boy sat at his textbooks, but he really wanted to play with his friends, but his father would be displeased if he did not do his homework. It seemed to him that he should try to eat, and then his father would recognize him. It was about then that he met Philomel. The shy-looking girl accepted Nazar in an open and friendly manner. They became friends, and she asked him to marry her. However, for Nazar, who already knew a lot of people to whom he always owed something, her pressure seemed burdensome. Soon, it was decided to get engaged. His father insisted that no one but Nazar could be a worthy husband for the future empress. But it was Philomel who proposed the engagement. Nazar was just standing by, but his father was now satisfied. So Nazar's value is determined by the size of the princess's love, not by his efforts. One day over tea, Phil asked him to put away his textbooks and play with her. He politely invited her to join him, while he thinks that he hardly sleeps anymore because of his studies. Philomel replies that she doesn't need to study. The emperor doesn't care about her studies. These words shocked Nazar. After all, his father always told him to give all of himself for the good of the Abraden name. But the princess herself has an easier life than the young duke. Hearing this, Nazar's father says that the princess is free to do what she wants. The boy said that a vassal should guide his ruler's horse. The duke replied that his teachers had put ideals in his head, and it was time to learn to live in reality. He says that Nazar benefits from the princess being uneducated. Then she can rule in her place. If she grows up like her father, who decides everything on his own, the Abradens will only lose. His father says that he did not put so much effort into Nazar to keep him in the shadow of the empress. Nazar's values and beliefs were shaken. All his aristocratic education was directed only towards power. He became disillusioned with his father. He did not show the princess his confusion. even when she respectfully and tearfully asked him to stay, he could not look at her. He stayed though, because the princess shouldn't have her head cluttered with problems in her studies. Now he envied her. Sometimes Philomel attracted him, but sometimes she bored him, and sometimes he envied her irresponsibility and carelessness. She even tried to push her away to oppose her father. One day Nazar refused to play with her, and she complained to his father. This turned into such anger on his father's part that Nazar had not seen before. It was the first time he had been punished so much. He blamed not only his father, but also his mother, who just watched all the inaction. But he still loved them and could not hate them. Nazar decided that meeting the princess was the cause of it all, but he didn't hate her either. He listened to the maids talk about Philomel, and he felt more and more sorry for her. In time, he stopped resisting his father, though he was frustrated. Eventually, he came to an unhealthy humility. Nazar decided to become Philomel's strength, for he had been appointed to her by fate. When he turned 10, the princess suddenly changed. At first, he thought he had done something wrong, but looking at the changes, at how serious she had become, he became more and more worried. Nazar wondered what he should do now that the princess didn't need him anymore. Unable to bear the anxiety, one day he knelt before Philomel. After his encouraging words, the flame in him was rekindled. As time passed, Nazar himself began to change. He did not fight with his father openly, but he no longer sought his father's praise. He listened half-heartedly to his father's lectures, and sometimes went against him. Though he grumbled, he could do nothing about his son. He recalls how Kenny came out to him one day and asked why he was not in class. Nazar simply replied that he did not want to study today. Kenny was very surprised and asked if his father would punish him. Nazar replied that there was nothing he could do. Determined to hide his changes from Phil, he lived to be a suitable groom for the future empress. Nazar wondered if their relationship would be the same if he shared her burden. But even then, he had not yet realized his feelings for the princess. Now he is sitting in a room at Abredon Manor, and there is a knock at the door, saying that the elder duke is expecting him. His father is angry that Nazar has spent so many days searching for the fake. He realizes that Nazar and Phil were close, but he is determined to break their engagement. He tells his son that it's time for him to reject his stubbornness for the sake of the Abredon family. Soon, everything will be ready for them to meet their new princess. Nazar slapped his palm on his father's desk and firmly stated that he didn't need anyone but Phil. He will no longer be a tool to support the family. Nazar intends to live his life as his heart dictates. Philomel is in her room at this time, lying in bed, talking to her father. He, munching on a cookie, asks if she will now live in the southern palace, because the divine energy is not as strong there, it is for the best. He suggests that she not give up her servants, even though Le Guin himself would be more comfortable without them. Philomel replies that that was one of the reasons. She would have to see him and his brothers often. She thinks that after the move, she will have to deal with Alencia's secret. Being with the princess, she should understand something, and she should also ask Catherine about it. That's when she remembers the confession ring. Lady Rosanna must have it on her person. She must have realized that it was a family heirloom, and she would return it to receive her reward. Soon, she is sure to appear at the palace as a debutante. Phil realizes that she herself is to blame for losing the ring, but the Emperor would rather execute Rosanna than hold Philomel accountable. She doesn't want that, because Rosanne has only found a runaway princess. It would be better to find her herself during the ball and take the ring. Except, Philomel won't forgive a slap in the face. Le Guin sees that she is awake and asks why. Philomel thinks about it, like she's forgotten something. Then she remembers and screams for her father to get Jeremy out of that hole in the ground. Jeremy is dragged out and now he's wolf whistling at Phil. His father tells him to stop, but the girl laughs and says it's her own fault. She wanted to let him go right away after meeting Eustace, but she forgot because of Ellen. It seems she's won Jeremy's hatred before he likes her, but maybe it's not too late to fix it. She has something stashed up her sleeve. She holds out a late-night cookie to Jeremy and apologizes for remembering him so late. Phil lures Jeremy in with chocolate chips, and Le Guin asks for food. She snorts at him that he's already had his portion. She resents him for acting like a child instead of helping. Jeremy says resentfully that he can't forgive such a thing. He continued to resent it, but Philomel quickly shoved a cookie in his teeth. Jeremy immediately forgets the offense and starts chewing. Philomel cheers. The book said that the Ice Prince has a crazy sweet tooth. She keeps shoving cookies at him and offers to get him something to drink. Jeremy ends up eating everything clean, so now he tells Philomel to tell him why she locked him up. She's glad his mood has improved. Philomel says she's sorry, it's her fault that Jeremy was forgotten there. Toth replies that it was Le Guin's fault too, but why did Philomel do it? Phil frantically ponders what to say. She hasn't had time to think of an answer. If she says a reason she can't understand, her brother will definitely get angry. But maybe this is her chance. She asked Jeremy to stay another day. She needs to talk to him. Jeremy doesn't understand why she locked him up just because she needed to talk to him. She could have just asked. He can stay for the day, but it's too late now. They'll talk tomorrow. Philomel didn't expect it to be that simple. She asks where Jeremy is going to spend the night, but Jeremy says he'll deal with those on his own. He grabs his cat-like father by the scruff of the neck and says he's taking him with him to find an empty room for himself. Philomel wonders how her father turned so quickly, and Jeremy climbs out the window, telling her to look outside in the morning and call them. They won't be far away. Philomel looks out the window at them and thinks that maybe they've been deluded about Jeremy all this time. When she wakes up, she runs to the window and calls out to her father and Jeremy. Jeremy answers her, appearing on the branch of a nearby tree with a cat on his shoulders. He jumps out into the room and Philomel says that their relationship with her father is better than she imagined. He asks her not to even joke around like that. Le Guin climbed on Jeremy's head just because he doesn't like being looked down upon. Phil asks if they slept in a tree. Jeremy replies that they didn't find a suitable room and then it was lazy. He asks Phil what she wanted to tell him. She promises to answer, but only after they go out and have fun together. The human-turned Le Guin says he's better at this than Jeremy. Sighing, he says that since Phil told him to stay on guard, so be it. She told him to guard the room so that no one would know Phil was away. Now she feels like she's going overboard with her orders to the Tower Master. But if they take her father, those two will start fighting again. She asks Le Guin not to be mad and promises a walk later, even a tour when they both have time. She whispers to him that she's going with Jeremy first, to pick out the best places to look around. After all, you have to look around a bit. The father is satisfied with this answer. Le Guin decides he's more important than Jeremy, and Philomel laughs that he's easier to eat with than she thought. Then Jeremy asks if they have to go. He doesn't like crowds. Philomel says that it has been her dream to see the square since she was a child, when the princess was not allowed out of the castle. She tearfully asks Jeremy to come with her. He agrees with a heavy heart, and Philomel is triumphant that they will be able to be alone with him. She intends to replay the scenario from the book where Alencia takes the Ice Prince around the market. Maybe then she can get Jeremy's sympathy. She needs to make him her supporter. They sell out of Le Guin and walk towards the exit. Philomel pulls a scarf over her face so she won't be recognised, and Jeremy asks what it is. He tells them to take it off quickly. Phil looks suspicious in it, but Nancy's maid said that's how all the ladies of the capital walk, to protect their skin from the sun. Jeremy takes off her hood, puts a locket around her neck, and tells her that no one will notice her now. Phil looks at the locket and remembers seeing a similar pattern in a book. It's a magical tool for avoiding people. She had heard it was a rare item, a national treasure. She looks in the mirror and doesn't recognise herself. Phil now has lush brown hair and lilac eyes. Jeremy says that the locket changes the way she looks to others. She thanks him and says it must be valuable, but Jeremy replies that he just took something that was lying around on Le Guin's desk. Then they hear whispering. It's two girls nearby whispering about who to approach Jeremy, and then they ask him what family he's from. Jeremy grabs Phil's hand, saying that's why he doesn't like crowds. Phil looks at him and realises how he got that nickname and that artifact. Jeremy asks where they will go. Everywhere else is too noisy for conversation. She replies that she knows a place nearby. Let him confide in her. They arrive at some cafe, but there's a monster crowd at the entrance that won't dissipate all day. Jeremy says they'll have to go somewhere else. Philomel protests. It's the best bakery in town. But Jeremy says that no matter how good it tastes, it's just bread. Phil is upset. She really wanted to try the baked goods from here. It's always like this. Even her escape plan, 7 years in the making, fell apart in a couple of days. Nothing ever goes the way she wants it to. Jeremy sees Phil's sadness and says it's better to go in there than just stand there. He's pointing to another bakery. She didn't realize there was another bakery across the street. But there's no people there, so it's probably not good. It's only better for Jeremy. Philomel laughs, agrees, and tells Jeremy to eat as much as he can she treats. It turns out that this bakery only serves one apple pie. There are no ingredients for the other. Philomel is glad there are no visitors, but it's a bit too deserted. She tastes the pie, hoping it's good. Otherwise she'll never win Jeremy over. The pie turns out to be much tastier than Phil expected. Delighted, she tells him to try it sooner too. Jeremy is already putting his fork in when suddenly 3 ambos fly into the bakery shouting when the landlord will pay the rent. Jeremy and Phil see the landlord asking for a little more time. Ambal looms over the unhappy man and says there's no need to procrastinate. They've already let him trade in the building without the right papers. Philomel gets up from the table in anger, but Jeremy tells her to sit down. She can't do anything about it. She says that private rent collection, and by such methods, is a felony and must be reported. Jeremy says the administration is aware, so just let her sit it out. Even if she helps the host now, these people will come again. Let her sit out if she's not ready to take full responsibility. Philomel doesn't understand. It was Jeremy who saved her then from a burglar. He replies that he was just taking out the trash near his house then. He suggests eating quickly and leaving. It's not the right atmosphere for talking. But then a boot flies into the back of Jeremy's head, and after circling over them briefly, falls right onto the pie plate. The bandit comes up to them and snidely apologizes. The boot flew to them because the goon dodged, but the money for the pie can't be returned as a pity. Jeremy threateningly asks what he's getting at. The bandit starts to get angry, but Jeremy grabs him by the head and forces him into a plate of uneaten pie. The other thugs threatened, saying he didn't know who they were, and pounced on Jeremy as he shoved the first ambo back against the wall. He separated with his foot at the approaching thug with the words that they all say that. Philomel looks at the carnage and thinks Jeremy is ruthless. Finished, he turns to Phil to ask if she's hurt herself. She replies that she's fine and adds that Jeremy told her not to get involved. He replies that he was retaliating, and the thug whines that he will file a complaint against him for beating up a good citizen. Jeremy snarks that in the Empire, even scoundrels who cause mayhem in a public place are called decent. The bandit replies that it's illegal to trade here. They were just explaining to the owner how business is done. Jeremiah prepares his fists again, but Philomel stops him. She squats down at the bandit and asks what he means. The bandit starts to name the article and clause where you can't do business without a permit. Philomel interrupts him, finishes the law herself and says there are exceptions. If the administration has not demonstrated such a building for 10 years, the structure acquires legal status. She adds that this part is provided for those who consider the building their home. She, businesslike, asks the owner how old the building is, who replies that the house was built by his grandfather, and he has not heard of any demolition. Phil concludes that the bakery is operating legally. The bandit is furious and threatens to tell everything to the authorities and recognize the place as illegal. Then Phil says that the security check will fail and the authorities will be blamed for not demolishing the emergency building for 10 years. Oh, and she'll file a complaint against the thugs. Toth says no one will listen to her. Then she points to Jeremy and asks whose son they think he is. He looks noble to the core, so the thug shuts up. The host heartily thanks Philomel and Jeremy for being so helpful, and she tells her brother that everything ended very well. They also got to eat pie. Philomel liked the pie a lot. Jeremy said it was edible. Suddenly she asks if he's a swordsman in addition to a mage since he fights so well. He grudgingly confirms. She asks about the others. Jeremy replies that Carden is also a swordsman. Rexian doesn't like swords, and he's never seen Le Guin with a sword. Phil says cautiously that she thought all mages were rather smart. Jeremy squints. Did she really think they were all weaklings? He says she's partly right. The magic world is wary of anyone who does anything physical. They think time should be spent only on learning combat magic, but Le Guin's philosophy is that the fist is faster than magic. Philomel isn't even surprised and wonders how he's out there in the palace covering up the princess's disappearance. They arrive at the square. Jeremy is surprised that the princess's wish was just to come on horseback, but Philomel says that she wanted to come to the square specifically with him. Jeremy asks her not to embarrass him. He immediately asks what she wanted to talk to him about. Philomel is confused. She was just using this as an excuse to get him out of the palace. Suddenly she waves in the direction and yells that there's an open theatre and runs away. In the palace, the pseudo-Phil is having dinner, but she says that the food is unpalatable and asks him to take it away. Le Guin watches this and wonders why the princess is served such bad food. He would feed her only the best delicacies. Dels asks Philomel worriedly if something is wrong. Philomel asks him not to worry, but he does not remove the tension from his face, and Le Guin thinks to himself what a great actor he is. The maids bring her a dessert to replace the previous meal. It is from the fruit of the world tree. The emperor himself sent the fruit so that they could prepare a dessert for Phil. Philomel replies that she's fed up with it, so let them take it away. The real Philomel is watching the play with Jeremy. She is bored with watching a woman suffering from unrequited love. She doesn't realise now how she herself hung up on Nazar injustice in the past. She looks at Jeremy and doesn't understand why his face is so sad. Suddenly she remembers his mother's story, jumps up and drags him somewhere else. He's totally down, and she suggests he go out and get something to eat. They buy ice cream, but Jeremy's still like water under the bridge. Phil feels guilty. Apparently in the play he saw his mother who left him. She suggests that he go to a place where he can see the river that crosses the whole empire, the Climber. Here they see the setting sun reflected by the roofs and windows of the houses. Phil is mesmerised and hopes that the sight will make Jeremy begin to say what he said to Elencia in the novel. She thinks she can say something first, push him somehow, and after the confession she will tell him the very words to make him her ally. She starts to speak, the wind knocking her breath away. She sees Jeremy's face, uncovered by the hood, and wonders if she can tell him she understands his pain. She thinks she doesn't know if she would be able to accept if someone read the fortune book and said they understood her pain. She needs to give Elencia's speech now. Phil turns around to see Jeremy. He's looking at her perplexed. She realises she can't sway anyone to her side by using his wounds, and suddenly pokes them in the face with her ice cream, reassuring them that she hasn't touched the food. She then turns around and walks away, telling him to eat ice cream and gain strength. Philomel decides to fight with her own strength, because only then will it be a choice she will not regret. Jeremy resented it, but then laughed in surprise. Normally he would have been angry just because of the crowd. Was it really the fact that Phil had asked him to go with her? The fact that he'd set himself up with his sister was unusual for him. He tells Philomel not to wonder. She turns around, and he clarifies that just because Le Guin is hanging on her every word doesn't mean he loves her. He has no feelings for his children, though he realises the kinship. Also, Le Guin condescends to be interesting, but he'll turn away once his interest wanes. Philomel shouldn't trust in her father's good-naturedness. Suddenly, he is reminded of his mother, how she used to reach out to him affectionately. He tells Phil to give up hope. She's not special. He's seen a woman before who believed in herself but ended up despairing. Philomel better not become that woman. Phil interrupts his flow. She says she understands everything and doesn't hope for anything. Smiling, she says she knows she is nothing to her brothers or her father. She suggests turning around before it gets dark. Jeremy suddenly felt crushed, as if he'd made the same mistake he'd made before, one that couldn't be undone. His hands dropped helplessly and the ice cream fell to the ground. Upon arriving at the palace, Philomel yells out what Le Guin did while she was gone. The man nonchalantly replies that he turned on her. He reassures her that everything went smoothly, while he recalls the guilty faces of Dels and the maids. Philomel bakes to ask Le Guin for such a Le Guin meal once, and he asks where Jeremy is. Phil replies that he left on business, saying there's a way to get back without Le Guin. But then they hear a window creak, and Jeremy appears in the opening. Philomel is shocked to see that all his clothes are smouldered. Jeremy says it's okay, and hands her a package he grabbed on the way in. Philomel sees that it's the package from the bakery they couldn't get into. Jeremy says he saw there was no line, so he found it. Jeremy looks away embarrassed and tells her to eat, with feigned displeasure, because he bought it for her. Jeremy tells her to forget his words at sunset. It was bullshit. Le Guin tries to find out what he said, but Philomel only offers to take tea outside. They summoned the remaining two brothers. Rexian asks from now on not to pull them out in the middle of the night so they appear out of thin air. Phil apologises. She only told her father that it would be a good idea to call the others. Jeremy jokes that it was quite a sight, and Rexian asks if it was cosy in the darkness. Jeremy starts to simmer, and Rexian tells Phil that they have officially become court magicians. Phil smiles and asks everyone to stop swearing and sit down at the table. She is getting used to them not watching their language. She tells them that she has no intention of going back to the tower, even after she finishes her business at the palace. She says she'll be there, but she wants to live on her own. Rexian told her to do only what she wants to do. He says yes, but asks where she'll live then. Phil hasn't made up her mind yet, but she's not going straight to the tower. Le Guin is bargaining. Maybe if she becomes a wizard, she'll join them. Rexian asks her to reconsider. The tower is a very nice place, and Cardin agrees. Even Jeremy adds that it's not a bad place to be. Philomel doesn't understand why they are so worried, as she will be visiting them. She tells them that she appreciates their concern, but that they don't have to take responsibility for her life. Rexian thinks the tower is the perfect place for her. Cardin resents it. He just got a little sister and then disappears. Le Guin thinks he doesn't understand, but it doesn't matter, and everyone decides they can influence Phil once she leaves the palace. Phil wonders why they're all suddenly quiet. She apologizes to Jeremy again for locking him out yesterday. He says that's enough apologies. She says he can go wherever he wants now, since they discussed what she wanted in the square. She had long ago abandoned her plan to win him over to her side with a book using his painful experience. She can't show him the book itself, where she's the villain. She tells Jeremy with a smile that he was probably forced to come to the palace, but Phil is happy about it. She wonders what he will do now, after all, she is his sister. But Jeremy suddenly shouts that he doesn't want to go anywhere, even if Philomel wants him to. Philomel doesn't understand. It's only yesterday he wanted to leave. Cardin says he's glad, and Rexian begins to realise what's wrong. But Philomel genuinely doesn't understand why he's being so stubborn. A few days later, Philomel moves into the southern palace. Le Guin lazily asks why they can't just announce that she is his daughter. Maybe she doesn't want to recognise him as her father. Without letting her answer, Le Guin says it's his own fault. He found out about Phil too late, and the right meeting was so-so. He's mad at himself. Phil says she was the one who cried then, and Le Guin replies that she can't understand the emotion, but it's definitely not pleasant. Rexion once said that Le Guin has only two emotions, good and bad. In moments of irritation, he just needs to be left alone and it will go away. Le Guin asks Phil if this is the guilt he is feeling right now. She tells him to think about how he feels when he makes a mistake. Le Guin wonders what the mistake is. She says, for example, if Le Guin steps on someone's foot. Le Guin replies that it's the fault of the person who put his foot in that spot, and Philomel laughs. It's no use, the father doesn't understand the words. Philomel takes things apart, opens the jewellery box and sees that all the jewels have disappeared. She doesn't understand how it happened. She tells Rexian about it, and he says that since she approached him, she plans to officially report the perpetrator. Phil agrees. Then the culprit will be punished, but she won't know who he is. She thinks it wasn't Dell or her maids. Those people were worried about her when she escaped. If the valuables are discovered missing, everyone will think it was the fake princess who stole them. The perpetrator wanted to frame Philomel. Rexian realizes that Phil needs the identity of the criminal. Le Guin tells her that Rexion would be perfect for the job. Rexian says he has connections in the capital and will try to find out, adding with a smile that Phil probably doesn't want to hurt the criminal in any way. She asks him only to scare him if he doesn't put up much resistance. They get caught by Jeremy. Rexian asks how much food he's going to stick around Phil's house. Phil replies that he doesn't mind, already sharing a room with Le Guin anyway. Rexion says that his father can turn into a cat, but Jeremy won't be able to hide for long. He says he'll try to beg the court mages for a place for his brother, if only he'll apply. Jeremy grudgingly agrees. Rexian says the situation is clear. Now all she has to do is wait. With a bloodthirsty smile, he says it won't be long. They catch Emily. Philomel recognizes her immediately, but Emily herself screams that she is the princess's maid. Even Philomel can't treat her like that. Philomel remembers seeing her outside the room when she met Nazar. She asks the maid why she doesn't understand the situation she is in, if she has already been caught selling jewellery on the black market. Emily screams that Philomel is not a real princess, and therefore the jewellery doesn't belong to her. Phil calmly says that she stole the Emperor's things. Their acquisition is listed in the ledger. Emily says that means she stole Elencia's jewellery. She asks to be released to receive punishment from her mistress. Jeremy asks Rexian why he didn't intimidate the maid properly. The man has nothing to say for himself. Maybe he doesn't have the skills to do that. Emily screams for them to let her go, and what the hell is this all about conspiring with such suspicious individuals? Phil shuts her up. Emily says that Alencia definitely won't forgive, but Phil replies that the princess won't be able to protect her if Phil makes it official. Ellen might forgive her, but the nanny next to her never will. Nanny is a thief herself, so she'll be even harder on Emily for stealing. Emily thinks, I wish it wasn't Nanny. She's just lying there idling away the servants. This woman commands the maids, and Alencia doesn't stand up for them, probably because the nanny raised her mother the Empress. Emily underestimated Philomel. She had never shown her displeasure before. Emily throws herself at Phil's feet and begs for forgiveness, promising to do whatever she tells her to do. Philomel asks her to help her with one thing. Then, Le Guin asks if the maid can be trusted, as she has betrayed her before. Philomel replies that the maid will keep her in check, and Rexion has taken some measures, though she doesn't know what they are. Rexion remembers that Phil doesn't know his specialty, offering to guess what his special area of magic is. Philomel thinks that since Jeremy has ice magic, Rexion must have flame. The brothers laugh and ask not to judge by hair colour. Rexion says he has only wielded a fireball since he was 10 years old. He points a finger to his temple, saying his specialty is in the mind. Court wizards cannot use all magic, its types are limited, but if all allowed to combine, you get a very useful skill. For example, if a person speaks about a forbidden topic, his tongue will be cut off. Philomel is horrified. Then the man will never be able to use it again. Jeremy snorts. You could just kill him, but it's too much for Philomel. Rexion laughs and says that if there is a murder in the palace, it will be the mages investigating it, then they will be in trouble. Jeremy says that Rexion just doesn't have the ability. They start fighting again, and Phil wonders if she needs to worry then. She was distraught, but now thinks that something useful might come out of the situation with Emily. She's ordered her to be her ears and eyes to follow Alencia around. Now it's just a matter of waiting. Le Guin is sick of listening to the altercation and breaks up his sons, saying they are about to break something, like a tower. Rexion demands that no force be used on him. Phil, not hearing them, remembers that he has not heard from Nazar for several days. He promised to come soon. Something must have happened. At this time, Nazar is talking to Kenny. He asks why he decided to punish these people. Nazar replies that they have not received the proper punishment for what they have done. The friend realizes that it is all because of the princess. The prisoners who had insulted Philomel in Angelium's confinement were sent to the temple for correctional labour, and the guards were simply dismissed. Kenny tries to reason with Nazar, but he says he'd deal with them all on the spot if it were up to him. But Phil wouldn't like it if those people died. Kenny wonders why he likes Phil's food so much. She's not a princess anymore. Nazar replies that it didn't matter before. Kenny says it's now unknown when their engagement will be called off. His father won't let it go. Nazar replies firmly that it will not happen. Kenny wonders when the usually obedient Nazar got such a determined face. Kenny asks if the Emperor knows about Nazar's affairs. The man replies that people are only alive for Phil's sake, and Kenny realizes that the Emperor is out of the loop. He sighs that he has another cause for alarm. 2 days after Emily's order, there are still no new rumours about the maid's dried tongue. Phil is walking down the corridor when suddenly Martin calls her. He greets her good-naturedly. She asks why he is here. Martin replies that he is the princess's guard, Sweat he came to guard. Philo asks in shock if it's her, and Martin replies that it is. The real princess may have found him, but his mistress is still Philomel. Phil is funny. They probably just don't take him anywhere else. When he may have been a knight, but his idleness made him lose all his abilities, though his laziness helped her escape. She orders him to leave. She doesn't need that kind of security. He's surprised. She says it's all his negligence. At work, he only chatted or was late because he was hungover. After losing to the young knights, he even stopped competing. And he also didn't notice her running away. She generously asked for witnesses if he thought she was being unfair. He's confused, but then yells that Phil didn't care about that at the time. She thinks she did, because she needed to get away. He continues to ravage. She did call him uncle after all. He grabs her by the shoulders and he hears a voice asking if he's tired of living. A stranger appears behind Phil's back, but she knows that aura and then sees the transformation pendant around his neck. She cries out Jeremy's name and he puts a sword to Martin's throat. He is trying to figure out who it is, what kind of knight in inappropriate clothing, and Phil is thinking how to introduce him now. Asked not to leave the room. Jeremy replies that he's the new guard, and now he's in charge of Mistress's safety. Martin better disappear. And so Philomela sits on the rostrum, while these two have a tournament for the right to be her personal knight. She would be comfortable with him as her guard, but it's dangerous. Before the tournament started, she asked him what was going on. He replied that he would indeed become her guard, even passed the knighthood initiation, and showed her the badge. Magic knights are rare, so it's easy to get a place if you prove your skills. But Phil didn't know Jeremy had such qualifications. She asked him to be careful. Martin was once a pretty good knight. He only asked to rely on him. In the arena, Martin provokes Jeremy about taking someone else's place. First let him prove that he can hold a sword like a knight. Philomel is horrified. Martin took real swords, not wooden ones. Jeremy just smiles and says that fools have no sense of fear. Martin asks for it. Martin yells that he's going to make Jeremy sorry and throws himself at him. Jeremy parries easily. Martin says that he already thought Jeremy was a good knight, but he has too light a sword. Jeremy replies that he's too accurate. Martin tells him to make an effort. Phil watches them anxiously. Jeremy's foot smashes through Martin's defense with such force that he flies backwards. He steeled himself, and Jeremy tells him not to pretend since he was the princess's guard. He orders him to stand up. Martin lashes out in rage. Eventually, Martin gives up, and Philomel feels some relief. Jeremy drew his sword, and Philomel shouted fearfully at him. The sword stops an inch from Martin's neck, and Philomel realizes that if she hadn't stopped Jeremy, he would have killed Martin. Philomel later blabs to Pollen that Jeremy saved her once when she was on the run, so he is now her knight. Pollen says she'll break the news to the Emperor herself, and the whispers about Martin began when he had eaten before he could stand up. Dell tells the maid that not only did he lose, but he didn't manage to land a single blow, he was just beaten. The maid replies that she has never seen Martin practicing. Martin angrily tells Philomel and Jeremy back that she was never a princess either. Jeremy turns around threateningly. Later, Martin gets drunk with grief and humiliation. He is angry at Phil, who is not even an aristocrat, at Jeremy, who insulted him, a member of Viscount Sion's family. He smiles he won't leave it like that. Surely her father is some unknown bum too. He yells that he's going to kill Philomel, but then Le Guin appears behind him. He turns around and asks fearfully who it is. Le Guin replies with a venomous smile that he is some unknown bum. Martin grabs his sword in a panic. This man was chasing him. He sees that Le Guin is clearly taller than all his opponents, and then feels as if he is not even human. Martin has an urgent need to escape, but he sobs, asking why he's being treated like this. Le Guin lazily replies that Martin is just annoying him, and with a wave of his hand, golden threads appear. Martin has no time to realize anything, but only a bloody stain remains in its place. Jeremy appears behind Le Guin's back, and his father asks what he's doing here. He's supposed to be with Phil. Jeremy replies that she's with Cardin right now. The father turns around, covered in bloodstains, and says that Jeremy has faithfully come to see this guy. He's never been able to restrain himself from killing trash after all, but Le Guin beat him to it this time. Jeremy replies that he came because of the look the man threw at Philomel at the very end, so it doesn't matter who got rid of that garbage. Rexion appears, surprised that it's already over. He says it could have been cleaner. Le Guin tells him not to grumble, but Rexion asks why he's covered in blood. It would have been better if Jeremy had gotten there first. Have them leave the magic barring entry for another half hour. Le Guin is about to leave, but Rexion says he can't go to Phil like that. She's kind, but with healthy values. He tells Le Guin to hide his true face so that Phil won't avoid him. Le Guin replies that he'll just wash up, change his clothes, and then go. He doesn't want Phil to hate him yet. Meanwhile, Philomel and Cardin sit and look at each other in a friendly way. Phil doesn't know where to start. It's the first time they've been alone together. They haven't even talked much, but his stare is making her tense. She asks him directly if he likes her. He says he likes her because she's his little sister. Phil asks Cardin to give up vain fantasies about sissies if he has any. He doesn't know what she means and admits that he's not very dead, so it's best to express himself more simply with him. She clarifies that she's not such a perfect little sister. Cardin suddenly asks if she wants to hit him, or cuss him out, or freeze him. She replies to all of them that no, of course not. Then Cardin rejoices and says she's a wonderful little sister. Phil is beginning to understand where this criterion comes from, but is still glad she likes him. She laughingly suggests they put their hands together since they'll be seeing each other a lot now. He cautiously asks if he can. She holds out her hands and says she can, and now asks him to take care of her. Cardin hotly states that he is the one asking for it. Phil thinks with a smile that all three are special, but now they can all live as friends. Sometime later, in the backyard of the palace, Cardin learns that Jeremy has become the princess's knight. He is hurt. He would have done well too if he had been told. Jeremy says that Cardin is not a knight, but Rexian asks Cardin if he didn't take the Magic Knight exam with Jeremy. Cardin deadpan replies that he failed the written part. Rexian says that this written part consisted of the simplest truths. Jeremy says that Cardin is just stupid. Rexian replies that you can't call your brother stupid. He just doesn't have enough mental capacity. That's when Le Guin and Phil arrive. He scolds the brothers for loitering outside the Southern Palace, and Phil apologises for being late. Rexian replies that he finished all his business to see Phil, and Jeremy says that he's not actually a security guard and should be around. Cardin just replies that he's slacking. Philomel laughs. She's glad they all look cheerful. Just then she pulls a book out of her bag, with a request for Le Guin to look it over. She would like him to examine it personally.